we get, reports or rather feedback that most of the Kenyans think that corruption has become a way of life. That if you don't pay a bribe, you may not get public service from a public officer or a public institution. So we've now approached, the public education aspect of it, of public awareness. We are now working with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development to see that we catch our youngsters at a very early stage, where now we come up with curriculum to ensure that these curriculums deal with issues to do with ethics, good governance, from a very early stage, where we teach our children that it cannot be a way of life. Things have to change. So let's not only focus mainly on the law enforcement, which is, of course, our area of interest in this particular meeting, but which is a critical aspect and a serious concern for Kenyans, because that right now is available on our website. But we also want to move more to prevention, because as we are told, prevention is better than cure. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. I'll come back to you to tell us more a little bit about how do you even quantify the achievements when we're still talking about the so-called big fish and the small fish, if you may. Justice Gashoka, to you, I'd like to ask about the public confidence in the justice system. And it has been said a couple of times, or many times, that the public confidence, especially with members of public in this country, is that the justice system is often shaped by how efficiently corruption cases are resolved. Therefore, the question is, what steps is the judiciary taking to ensure corruption and economic crimes cases are handled effectively and without unnecessary delays? And may I add, is that there could be a corruption case before you as a judge, and it is proceeding well, positively, where you have sufficient amount of evidence, enough witnesses who've testified, and then as it progresses, for some reason, the ODPP decides to apply to remove the case or withdraw the case. Does it, from where you sit as a judicial officer, frustrate you when it comes to fighting corruption?
Okay. Luckily, when I'm seated here, I also have some magistrates who are dealing with the anti-corruption cases. I have 2 judges who handle Justice Musyoki is in the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Division. Let me say this. As a judiciary, we are doing all what we can to ensure that corruption cases are expedited. Even before I go to that, they normally say, when a case is going on, I think there's an old English judge who said that actually the person who is on trial is the judge. Because one party is on this side, the DPP, prosecuting, then you have the accused. One of them knows the truth. Actually, the person who does not know the truth, even in other cases, cases, the person who is on trial is the judge. Because one person knows the truth, the other knows that he is lying. Now the role of the judge is to listen to the one who is telling the lies and the one who is telling the truth and try to believe. Who do you believe? Because what is adjudication? When you are sitting there, because somebody has been charged with corruption, another one is saying, I have not engaged in corruption, and you go and get the best lawyers in the country. But the truth is there. So what are we doing as a judiciary? And I think in the speech that I read of the Honorable Chief Justice, in the old days, we never used to have specialized courts. Now we have specific anti-corruption gazetted magistrates dealing with corruption. And if I'm not wrong, Judge Musyoki, there should be about 130, yes, around there, spread all over the country. And their work is to deal with corruption cases only. I talked about the guidelines that have been released. And the purpose of those guidelines is to ensure that these cases, when they come to court, we have concentrated hearings. In the old days, what would happen is that a case would start and it would take 10 years. And nowadays, with these guidelines, we make sure that immediately the plea is taken, the DPP should be able to provide the witnesses and all the documents to the parties within 14 days. We should have clear guidelines on exchange of documents so that when the case first goes to trial, there will be no adjournments. So we have all these measures that have been put in place. We have the guidelines to ensure that the cases proceed on day-to-day hearings. And you'll get experience from even the magistrate, they'll share with us. Are they able to do day-to-day hearings? And if that is not happening, what is causing those delays? And I think that is the beauty of this workshop. That although I'm seated here, myself sitting in the Court of Appeal, I have the experience of the Court of Appeal. We have the High Court judges who are dealing with those cases at the High Court level. And we have our honorable magistrates who will also be able to share experiences. Are they able to do day-to-day hearings? What is causing the delays? Because for me, Kenyans want convictions. But for me, as a judge, I would not say I want convictions. I would say that as a judge, I want a case to be concluded as quickly as possible and then make the right decision, whether to acquit or to convict. So what we need to really work on is that how do we make sure that corruption cases don't take long in court? Nimrod, as I said, I was in EACC from December 2015 to 2021. It surprises me that some of the cases that actually I was dealing with when I was chair of enforcement, some of them are still pending in court. I left EACC in 2021. So you see, we cannot have a system where a case takes 5 years, 6 years. So let us come with measures where a corruption case should not take more than a year, maximum 2 years. So if we can work on that, you realize that even the members of the public will realize something is being done. And as I wind up on that question, I think there's something, and this one I throw to you now as the media, so that much as maybe we are also being put on trial, you know, the media, when somebody is being taken to court, they will be there with the cameras, they will take the photos, and that becomes the end of the story. The next time you hear about that case is 5 years or 6 years or 3 years after an acquittal or a conviction. Can we be able, and I'm now challenging all of us here, because we are trying to come up with the solutions. Is it possible for us to have a dedicated channel, maybe YouTube by EACC or by the DPP, where if a case is going on, a Kenyan can log in and follow that case to the end. You know, it also puts even the judge, everybody to be accountable, the DPP to be accountable, so that when the DPP is withdrawing the case, we should not be reading it in the newspapers. Kenyans should be able to judge, why is the DPP withdrawing that case? If a judge is acquitting, if a person has been following a case, even if they are not a judge, they will be able to tell whether there is evidence or no evidence. So I think at the end of this, one of the things I'll be recommending, how do we come up with the measures to ensure that Kenyans are following cases at their own will when the cases are going on?
Thank you, Justice. And I can tell you here that challenge accepted. We will follow through as media. Right? Let me come to you, Madam Gloria. And corruption often involves both public and private sector actors. What practical role can the private sector play in strengthening integrity and preventing corruption in businesses and public procurement processes, especially?
Thank you very much, Bwana Nimrod. It is true, it takes two to tango, and that is where many times than not we find ourselves very guilty, because there must be a receiver of bribe and a giver. And therefore we cannot remove ourselves from the brim. However, there are steps the private sector has tried to put in place. And if we all remember, in 2019, we convened a multi-sectoral initiative against corruption, where about 3,000 delegates were involved, and all arms of government, including the executive. we were trying to bring everybody together at the Bomas with an objective to identify ways in which all our sectors, and especially the private sector, would work with government to help influence or fight the war against corruption. And there were lots of recommendations and way forward in that meeting. There was signing in of commitments at that particular point in time, and we hoped that that would be done year in, year on, where probably we could tack, as justice has said, as the judge has said, we could actually look at the commitments that were done by the leaders to see whether that had been adhered to. I know even our chair was there, and there were some commitments from the area he had come from. That is as far as KEPSA is concerned. The multi-sectoral initiative against corruption was a good, or has been, or would be a very good initiative for the private sector to join in this fight against corruption. The private sector also has had the Code of Ethics for Business done by KAM, KEPSA, and the Global Compact Network. About 800 companies have signed the Code of Ethics to date, and we are hoping that most businesses can be able to sign in so that at least they can be accountable. There's still a lot of work to be done in the small and micro businesses where the issues of this code of ethics or regulations and guidelines are missing, and therefore a lot of sensitization as far as the small businesses are concerned. There are many so that they can also adhere and also get to know much more about the Bribery Act. There was also the implementation of the Bribery Act 2022 through the private sector, where we have been able to develop some guide for the private sector, and this is one of them. This is the Kenya Bribery Act 2016, the quick guide, where we advise the small businesses on how to go about those regulations. That's one of the initiatives that we are trying. And we were hoping to get into partnership with EAC and ODPP so that we can roll out the sensitization of this Kenya Bribery Act so that businesses can get to appreciate and understand it better. There was the corruption risk mapping that we did in partnership with SIPE, which provided recommendations on corruption prevention for small and medium enterprises and as well as large businesses. And we had recommendations to the EACC on developing regulations and procedural guidelines for implementing the Bribery Act. The foundation, that is KEPSA Foundation, okay, I talked about developing the quick guide. But we've also tried to see how we are going to establish a fact-check unit. Fact-check unit, and we are in collaboration with media, society, and other stakeholders to come up with a policy framework along with monitoring and reporting systems. We've realized that businesses sometimes bring each other down. You can actually attack a brand, put a falsehood out there on the brand, and by the time a business is able to probably come on and say that was not true, a lot of damage has been done, and therefore we would like to work very closely with the media and staff so that we can see how then do we protect businesses from somebody just coming up and speaking untruths about business. And therefore partnerships have been recommended with EACC at that particular point to provide guidance notes for businesses with EACC, Attorney General, and the Office of the ODPP with the private sector so that we can walk this journey together, including having roundtables with all the teams together.
Madam Gloria, probably within a minute, maybe I can follow up with this question, and I know we'll talk about the Anti-Bribery Act later on.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about corruption, especially in private sector, where do you see it most thriving? We want to discuss it here. Is it in manufacturing? Is it in the industrial sector? Is it in corporate? Is it in evading taxation? Where do you see it mostly thriving within the private sector?
We feel that a lot of corruption happens in the businesses probably that have areas where money changes very fast. And one of the recommendations that has been put across is to avoid issues of paying through cash. So some of the businesses that involve paying of cash, those are some of the areas that we find that has a lot of corruption taking place. Procurement, yes, and tendering is also another area where that happens. Businesses have also reported personal experiences whereby a bribe is asked by probably the owner of the business has been asked to give a bribe so that probably there is tax evasion or tax reduction, and other areas are undervaluing of imports, overvaluing of exports. Those are some of the areas that we see that businesses face corruption.
Thank you, Madam.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, let me come to you. And no doubt, public confidence in anti-corruption institution is very, very critical, especially in this country. But what needs to change to at least rebuild the trust between citizens and the public institutions mandated to fight corruption?
Thank you, Nimrod. And of course, we began setting the climate for this. I began it by referring us to that Bible verse. I would be referring it as I answer questions relating to this. And now just moving forward with that, is that there is no doubt that we have a sick heart as Kenyans. We are sick. That is the disease is corruption. So what do we do with a sick heart? How do we cure it? There are two ways. The CEO has mentioned about prevention, but there is also the enforcement aspect, because a sick heart must be treated. How do we treat the sick heart? When you visit the hospital, probably you'll be given medication, or there'll be a recommendation to do a surgery. Where are we as a nation in terms of corruption? I feel that we need a radical surgery, but at the same time, to avoid future surgeries, then we need to act on the prevention. That is what we are talking about. So, but practically, what do we need to do? When it comes to our institutions, number one, we need to move now from the statistics to real societal impact. Apart from us recording the number of cases resolved, the number of prosecutions that we have recorded, the number of assets that have been recovered, as I take the shoes of the common mwananchi and Mama Mboga, I need to relate that with the service delivery that I receive on the ground. If I'm still not able to afford healthcare, yet I see statistics that cases have been prosecuted, assets have been recovered, I will still not be able to relate the work that we are doing with the impact. I need to see that individuals that are being appointed or elected are leaders of integrity, are individuals who will uphold integrity. I need to see, when I'm reading audit reports, that the audit queries have reduced. I need to see that as I drive my vehicle or as I'm in the public transport, the policeman is not receiving 50 shillings, or the policeman is not telling me to car kando. We discuss. Those are things that must happen for us to restore public confidence. Lastly, I'm a consumer of the EACC reports. I read them a lot. I also need to see that now the public have confidence in the institutions that we have put in place, because these reports annually tell us public confidence is getting low. How do I read the next National Ethics and Anti-Corruption Survey report that says that the citizens' perception has now gone up? We need to move beyond statistics and really communicate that our work is causing impact on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Before we listen to Mwananchi briefly, let me come to you, Justice Gashoka. And I know the speakers who spoke earlier in the earlier session, and it's a discussion that has been going on in the country for quite some time now, and that is whether the EACC should have prosecutorial powers, because they investigate the cases to the fullest and then hand over the cases to the ODPP. Give us a scenario as a judicial officer, what that would look like when EACC is given prosecutorial matters, and what that would mean then to the ODPP, because then the question would be, are we raising questions about the capabilities of the ODPP in these matters? Give us your take on that, sir.
Yes, when I sat for interviews to be a commissioner of EACC, one of the questions that was posed to me is whether EACC should have prosecutorial powers or not. I can't remember how I answered. You know, when you're doing an interview, you are tensed. But I remember saying at that particular time, and actually, for me, now having sat in EACC as a commissioner, my view is that we must first of all admit as a country, it is not about DPP or about EACC. We first of all ask ourselves as a country, do we have a problem of corruption in this country? And the answer is yes. Are the cases moving at the speed that you want them to move? The answer again is clear, no. So what are the measures that can be taken to make sure that the cases move fast? You know, corruption cases are very complex, and they are very complex. It is a web. Because people say you won't have big fish, but big fish, they don't sit in tender committees, evaluation committees. Most of them will be using proxies. Most of them will be using dummy companies. So that for you to be able to get them, there's a lot of triangulation, you have to do a lot of investigation. And this is where, if we all agree that we have a problem and we need to have these cases move, we stop thinking about, it's not about the powers of the DPP or the EACC. We say it is about Kenya. And for me, if these cases are to move fast, the person who is investigating this very complex case, who knows this case, that person should have the power to go to court and prosecute that case. You know, I stayed in the EACC, and the biggest problem we have, a file is investigated. I shared the enforcement committee. You investigate a case, you think you have covered all the issues, the file is taken to the DPP, it comes back with cover points. Some of the points you have covered, others you have not covered, you cover them. Then you find a file is going back and forth. At one particular time, then we said, why don't we have prosecution-led, investigation? So that if you're investigating a very complex case in Kenya, why can't the DPP send a prosecutor to work with the investigation team? Not redirect them what to do, but say, if you are doing this kind of a case, these are the ingredients of the offense. This is what you are supposed to cover. So that when the DPP is looking at the case, there is no back and forth. So if then that is the approach we should take, if the DPP can be part of the in a prosecution-led investigation, why can't we then allow, if we cannot, if the DPP strongly feels that the power to prosecute belongs to the DPP, and I don't want to get into that because it may be a judicial question to be answered, why can't the DPP create a division, and it was a suggestion that was made here, why can't you let the investigators at EACC appoint them as prosecutors to deal with these very complex cases? So for me, it is a debate we must now decide. It is not about the DPP, it is not about EACC. We want corruption cases to be prosecuted. If giving consent to prosecute to EACC will help, it is not EACC that is benefiting, it is Kenya that is benefiting. So we must look at this question beyond the two agencies and look at it, what is in the interest of Kenya.
Thank you for your take, Justice Ashoka, distinguished panelist. And you wanted to make a comment, Ise? All right, go ahead before we take a short break.
The last question you had asked, I think you had asked about some of the challenges that we face as a commission as we do our job. And I just want to turn to the judiciary. There are two areas of concern which I think probably we need to address in our discussion. One of them is, what we would refer to as forum shopping, where as much as we have the division that deals with corruption and economic crimes matters, and there was certain directions by the Chief Justice that these cases should be tried by that division of the High Court. Suspects go to any other court, constitutional court, to file preservation orders, stopping the commission from carrying out its investigation. Yet that is a constitutional mandate of the commission. Now, when we are stopped from doing our job, the job that actually we were put, in place, that really causes some serious problem for us because, I don't want to go to specifics, but we know there are certain judicial officers whom we were investigating, and now the preservation orders, we can't proceed. There is also the issue of the forum shopping, where we would wish, just like the directions given by the Chief Justice, that these cases should be tried by this division of the High Court. If that can, I know it is a legal issue that people will discuss, but that would, of course, be one of the areas that would. Another challenge, which is outside the law enforcement sector, is the politicization of the fight against corruption, where as much as Kenyans really want to complain about corruption and its effects, again, when we were investigating high-profile individuals, in the say ministers, governors, high-profile individuals, they end up supporting those people. A good case is, the case we had in Kitale, where we were investigating, a governor, and then our officers were attacked, our vehicles were vandalized, and now the same people who are complaining about corruption in their county are the same people who are now supporting the suspects, and even some of them escorting them to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission offices when they're recording statements, where they, support and sing and call these people heroes. Now, that is double standard. I think as a country, if we really are serious about fighting this scourge, then everybody needs to be on board. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bonasio, and thank you for bringing that matter up. I think it's a discussion we'll have in the second part of this panel, so that we discuss whether it is political interference, is it institutions where people are that are interfering with the fight against corruption, or what is it? I know Elizabeth is nodding. I know she has quite a bit that she wants to share. But Chair, with your permission, I'd like us to listen to Mwananchi. I had asked one of my colleagues from within, because we're in Nakuru County. Watu wa Nakuru wako hapa? Watu wa Nakuru, sote sisi ni wageni. Nilikuwa nataka kusema asanteni kwa kutukaribisha, but specifically I wanted to listen to the people of Nakuru. I mean, Nakuru is now a city, it's an urban area, and the comments that were coming from the question that we were asking, I'll let you be the judge, but I'd like my colleague to play, and then we listen to them. And then this question was particularly, just before you played, this question was about why Kenyans like partaking or participating in corruption as if it were a 3-course meal. Just listen. Are we able to get sound? I know we had sound earlier.
Ndio inaleta uchumi chini, lakini kwa maoni yangu vile Wakenya wengi wanapenda corruption, kuna wakati unaweza kuwa unahitaji service fulani, na hii service ni unahitaji, unapata unapelekwa, yani inachukua time nyingi. Sasa katika harakati ya kuchukua time nyingi, ndio mtu anafadhalisha at least atoe kile ambacho anatoa, ndipo aweze kushughulikiwa.
Kwa majina naitwa Joseph Alex. Bila corruption huwezi songa. Mfano, hata mimi mwenyewe hapa, customer anakuja, anaenda mahali yenye najua ni 50 bob, lakini lazima ni mwambie 100. Akikubali sawa, asipokubali ni sawa. Akikubali 100, hiyo bado ni corruption kwa sababu nimemwekea mara 2. Unaona? Sasa tukiangalia corruption iko kila mahali na kila mtu anapenda corruption ndio ainuke.
Juu hata hapa mahali vile tunakaa hapa bila upate connection, either ni kazi unatafuta, either kuna usaidizi unataka kwa maofisi za serikali, unasugushako hivi alafu baadaye mpaka utaweka kitu kidogo ndio mambo yako ikue kwa laini. Kwa hivyo sikupenda, tunapenda ni situation venye inatusukuma hadi natupeleka kwa corruption.
Mimi naitwa Wycliffe Ogajo, mfanyabiashara na mkazi wa Nakuru County. Wakenya wanapenda corruption sababu wanaona corruption ndio ni shortcut. Corruption shortcut. Kwa mfano saa hii polisi anishike, mimi najua makosa, mimi ni mtu ya bodaboda. Mimi nastahili nikuwe na element, nastahili nikuwe na reflectors, nafaa nikuwe na boots, nafaa nikuwe na zile vitu ambazo zinatakikana, insurance, driving license. Na unapata hiyo makosa yote, polisi amenishika. Kwenda huko mbele, unapata ukisomea hiyo makosa, inakuja kama 5,000. Na polisi ameniambia nitoe 2,000, nitampea.
Like it's the way the systems are set up. We're being set up for corruption. It's not like we love corruption, no one does. I don't, but like I feel like the systems that are in place, it's like they're being set up to have us to facilitate the corruption.
Mbona Kenyans wanapenda corruption? First I will say, okay, according to my view, to make life easier. Hakuna mtu anapenda kuchoka hii dunia. Mimi ukinionyesha kuna cut shots to go to the gold, naina corrupt vibaya sana. So I think it's just to make things easier for us as Kenyans. Somehow iko na negativities and positivities, inatusaidia na pia kuna vile inatuumiza. Honestly, nikitumia kama matatu. Mimi as a Kenyan, nimekaa vizuri kwa kiti yangu, which I'm going to pay the fare for. Then wameona haitoshi, wacha tuongeze excess hapo ndio tupate that extra coin, and then hapo mbele of course kuna polisi mwenye atawasimamisha, but utaona ikigo smooth on them because pale nyuma amefanywa ile kitu.
Wenye wanaongoza na hiyo corruption ni wenye wako kwa hizo maybe government. That means corruption inaanzia kutoka juu, na huyo mtu ukiangalia vizuri analipwa poa. Na maybe ukienda kwa hiyo ofisi kumomba kazi, anataka maybe anakwambia you have to pay some amount ndio upate kazi unataka. Kama sio hiyo utapata kazi.
For me, naweza sema that's the only means of survival so far. Because if you pretend to be loyal, like you don't want to be corrupted, others benefit a lot with that corruption than you who is loyal.
Majina mimi naitwa Maina wa Njoroge, mkazi wa hapa Nakuru. Na nashangaa sana kuhusiana na ufisadi ambao uliopo hapa nchini. Sijui ni maadili yetu yametupotea ama ni haja hatuna nayo ya nchi. Manake kuanzia viongozi wale juu wametuonesha corruption, sasa imekuwa kama tabia.
From high school to university, and then we had various sectors, leaders from different sectors of society, all the way to parliament. And mine was to give a 15-minute talk on the effects of corruption in the nation, which I did very passionately. And then after that, we were to discuss. And I remember your colleague in the media was facilitating the session, and he said, okay, you have heard the chairman. How many of you agree with the proposals that he's making? And there was a unanimous position that what I was saying was theory. I was not in touch with the reality on the ground, because the same thing that these people are saying, there is no way you can do business in Kenya. By business is not business of the ordinary word, but any kind of transactions, including students who are saying you can't even pass your exams in the university if you're not corrupt. That is when I was shocked, not this time, because I thought these are the young people who would be thinking of how we can make Kenya a better place, and they are wishing that we will give way so that they can take over and convert this nation into a more ethical society. But yet they were saying that if they get the chance, this is what they will do. So it is surprising and at the same not surprising. So that's why for us as ESCC, one of the things that we must commit ourselves to, and we were discussing this only a few weeks back, is public education, to get these individuals to understand the impact and import of corruption.
All right. Thank you, Chair, Bishop. And I think we all agree with you, with your sentiments that it's shocking and it's also not shocking because we engage with them on a day-to-day basis. But I guess we need to get two things that are very critical from what they're saying. And the first question is, have people in position of leadership let these young people so badly down in terms of fighting corruption that they think they can also be part and parcel of it, right? I'd like somebody to comment on that because it would appear that they've gotten to a point where if somebody does it in a position of power or position of leadership, then I can also do it. And then two, they say it with so much confidence that they know, even though we have public institutions to fight corruption, nothing will happen, simply because it never happened to somebody else they know who is senior. Are we together? That's a don't care attitude that's coming from there. And I want to get some more comments.
Something else, yes, which we were discussing in another group just, I think, yesterday or the day before yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Many of these young people, let me say not many, but several of these young people have been, to use a Christian word, discipled into corruption from a very tender age. You know what happens in our education sector.
But by who?
By their parents.
Okay.
By their parents, not by their leaders.
So somebody in a position who they looked at.
Yes.
Okay.
So this young person is in primary school and the parent goes to pay so that they can get a grade, which they themselves know they are not capable of getting. That same parent follows them into high school and pays again for them to get a grade so that they can go to university. A grade which they at a personal level know, I don't have the capacity to get. So they have been taught by us as parents that this is the way it works. Because the other parent who was not able to pay for their children, those children are left back.
All right. Fair enough, Chair. And it gets worse because once they leave the home and they look for jobs, it is the boss who will request for a bribe to hire them.
And it is normal now.
And it spirals into something else. All right. May I get a comment? Yeah. For those two things I raised, that maybe as a society we've let the young people down by telling them that corruption is good or enjoying it. And then two, what does that say about what they're saying so confidently that if I get an opportunity, I can partake in corruption? One, because ideally they think public institutions will not do anything to them.
Thank you, and I really want to appreciate the distinguished panelists for those insights. I want specifically to talk about Chapter 6 of our Constitution, because when we enacted that chapter, it was envisaged that it will sort most of our unethical practices and corruption. If you look at Chapter 6, specifically Article 73, it brings out two forms of leadership. The first is servant leadership, because it talks about authority assigned to state and public officers as responsibility to serve. It also talks about ethical leadership in the context that it gives principles of ethical leadership, issues of impartiality, objectivity, selection on the basis of competence, integrity, selfless service, and commitment. And I want to submit, in as much as sometimes we blame the public, we've seen what they are saying, but the issue of corruption and unethical practices in Kenya is also a demonstration of failed leadership. The leadership that assumes office, whether appointive or elective, for self-interest, to the extent that it is generally accepted that leaders have influence on followers, on the organizations that they lead. What was to happen if the head of an institution that offers services comes out clearly and say that I will not want to hear or tolerate that the citizens are paying for services which they are supposed to get free? So in a way, the public are getting discouraged, they are getting disappointed, but leadership, especially the servant and the ethical leadership espoused in chapter 6, if we can commit to those. And allow me just briefly to mention about the issue of prosecutorial powers, because sometimes I feel that word power is the one that brings problems, that we don't want to share power. But Article 73 actually says the authority is responsibility to serve. If we were to tweak that statement to say that we give EACC the responsibility to prosecute the cases, probably it will take away that issue that you are taking power. Thank you.
Asante sana, Director. Any comment? One last comment, then I can come here. I want to hear from a lady, because that lady kind of shocked all of us. Tulikuwa tunafikiri wanaume peke yake ndio washiriki. But that lady said confidently, if she got an opportunity to get gold in a corrupt way, she'd do it very quickly. Madam Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, just to follow up from what you have just said, ESCC, in partnership with the UNODC, have just done research on corruption and gender. So I believe it will be released soon, and it will tell you who is more corrupt. But just following up, I take up from where the CEO said, I'm a firm believer of prevention. And the Mzungu said, prevention is better than cure. I know sometimes when I talk like that, I'm called a theorist, just the way our chair said. Recently, something happened at the national level. There was some behavior which was exhibited by our leaders. And every media channel you turned to, they condemned that behavior. I can guarantee you next time somebody is trying to talk about it, they know people will pick it and they'll talk about it. But what are we doing? I believe if you are persistent and consistent and talk about some of these bad behaviors. Currently, if there's a straight tree in a forest, it's a one to be cut because we have all become crooked. So we are encouraging crookedness wherever we are. And anybody who has a voice, we try to cut them out. What I'm saying in short, if the media, the churches, the youth, civic society, and all of us here represented here, even if we have benefited from these things in the past, and we make a decision, I believe a strong voice, consistent, the way we stopped carrying paper bags, the way we stopped smoking anywhere, if it's persistent, consistent, it can have some. It might be theory, I don't know.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, one last one, then we can come back this way. Okay, there's a lady, I believe it's.
Thank you so much to our panelists. I also get concerned by young people, but one thing I notice among the younger children is that when they're able to realize the consequence of their action, the immediate consequence of their action. For instance, if you're a mother sharing something in the house, no child will come out and tell you, give me a bigger piece and give my brother a smaller piece, especially when you put it in those words. So you want 2, then I'll give your brother 1. The very small ones will immediately tell you, I mean, they understand the notion of fairness. I think what happens for us in the public space, and when we talk of corruption, is that we're not able to internalize, and especially for maybe someone on the street, they're not able to internalize how their immediate action affects the other. And just think of it, when people queue for services, they are the very people who will say, no, you cannot cut. Hautakata a line. You understand what I mean, eh? So I believe in the heart of our people and in the heart of Kenyans, if we're able to internalize that by me giving this bribe, it means nimekata line. Na kuna mtu ambaye ana mgonjwa pengine ana cancer, na mimi nimempita. So when people immediately internalize it, I think the difference is very big. When we talk of, for instance, rubbish collection, small businesses, I look at my neighborhood, small businesses will throw rubbish in the mtaros, and they don't bear the immediate cost of that, but we all bear that cost. Eventually, recently, when I saw the floods, they were the very same businesses that that we're trying to now open those drains. So I think when we internalize the immediate effect to our immediate environment, you realize the behavior pattern changes. There is a slight shift, you may call it slight, but I believe any shift in behavior patterns makes a big difference. So when you're removed from it, when you think ni shida ya mwingine, na huyo mwingine haonekani katika upeo wa macho yako karibu, it looks very easy to make the decision to take a bribe or not take a bribe.
Thank you.
Thank you
So much for those comments. Commissioner also wants. Let's hear from Commissioner then.
First of all, thank you, our panelists. I want to talk about just 3 issues. One of them is about traffic cases. As Kenyans, we have been complaining about traffic policemen, and as EACC, partnering with the Kenya Police and other agencies who are involved in the issue of traffic, we pushed for the implementation of instant fines. But to my shock, when it was implemented, fellow Kenyans came out and went to court. And I'm just seated next to judges here. I'm told when a matter is in court, you're not supposed to discuss it. But I thought this is going to be a solution. So my problem is, when we are looking at these issues, what comes first? Public interest or individuals' constitutional rights to go to court or whatever? This is an issue which I believe is going to solve the interaction between Wananchi and the police. And it must start somewhere. So as it was starting from Nairobi, we should let it proceed and gradually it spreads all over on our roads. And believe me, we are going to have a serious reduction on traffic cases. And this is also be good for our policemen. I was in uniform for quite some time, so I respect police also. The other issue, which also the CEO mentioned, is about national security. National security is very important. And the CEO said, number 1 threat to our national security is unemployment. We have over 6 million youth educated, energetic, well-informed. They are all over in social media. They are unemployed. And there's a correlation between unemployment and corruption. So we must face this problem. We must sort out unemployment. And to sort out unemployment, we must sort out corruption. Because they demonstrated what they can do, we all know. And they are still there and they're increasing in numbers. So, to win a war, we always say corruption is a war. To win any war, you need public support. And for those who are following the events in the Middle East, they can see how the various governments are seeking their own public support. Because once you lose public support, you lose the war. So we need to take this war to our public in Kenya, our citizens. And as EACC, we have programs already. We need support from our partners. CEO mentioned the issue of KICD, that is the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, where we are partnering with them so that we have ethics being taught right from our ECDs to primary school. And then we move it forward to high school. And at the university level, we are recommending that it should be a core subject. Why university? Because at the university, that's where we are preparing leaders. So once we have ethics as a core subject in the university, then I think that what we have seen, what Nimrod has shown, that mentality will eventually change. Thank you.
Bwana Commissioner, asante sana. Na hilo swala ambalo umezua la kulipa fine za haraka kwa sababu ya trafiki ni swala ambalo tumelijadili sana, lakini ningependa kujua kutoka kwako. Maana tatizo kubwa lilikuwa mfumo utakaotumika kulipa zile fine. What form? Were we Kenyans were supposed to pay cash? Wakati wanalipa hizi fine za traffic ama kulikuwa na mfumo mwingine? Nafikiri maswala yalikuwa mengi katika swala hilo. Ndio yalikuwa maswala mengi. Pengine swali la mwisho tu. Asante.
Thank you to our panelists. First, we started by saying that the discussion is going to be open and we are going to be forthright. Fortunately or unfortunately, as we discuss openly, some of those things may come out as criticism, but I hope we won't mind, because that is why we are here. My name is Baraza of Anti-Corruption Court. I've seen, it is very worrying, looking at how Kenyans and our young ones, the youth, think about corruption. It is actually worrying, because I saw those interviews were actually random. They were random. So I'm saying prevention is very important. I agree with the Commission. Education is also very important. But there's another aspect which I think should be emphasized even more, especially when you listen to such views, and that is enforcement. And I'm thinking about, you know, the arrests, prosecution, and of course adjudication. Because the notion that I've gotten from this is that our young people have already gotten this idea that there's no consequence when you engage in corruption. In fact, there's one lady who was, one young lady who said, if you see a shortcut to getting your gold, you rush for it. That is very dangerous. And the only way we can change that is actually being very effective in fast investigations, so that we don't carry out arrests just to hoodwink Kenyans, because something, you know, Kenyans are crying about something, we do the arrests, and of course the media come in, we hype it, then once it goes to court, it dies down, or later on it is withdrawn. So our investigations must be very, very effective, so that once we take up a matter and it's a high profile, let us do a good job, so that because a case is as good as the investigations that have been done, so that chances of getting a conviction in those matters are very high, and so that these convictions may serve as lessons to Kenyans, and so that will help in changing some of these attitudes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bwana Barasa, and I appreciate your correction. What I had intended was to have the panelists also make their comments and then come back to discussion. I guarantee you that it's going to be an open discussion throughout for as much time that we have here today. Kwa hivyo msio na wasiwasi. If you still feel like you have a comment, I'll not ignore your hand. Just let me know or signal me, and then I'll come back immediately we're done with the panelists. Justice Gashoka, maybe just to invite your comment from what you've seen, and also from, maybe you can chip in or chip out from the comments that have come from our audience here.
Let me say, like the chair, I am not surprised. I interact a lot with the youth in the Archdiocese of Nyeri. In the board of governors of 2 schools, actually 3 schools. So I have a lot of interaction with the youth. And I think there's something one of the young girls said, and which is very, very key. She said, the system is set up for corruption. You know, we need to examine that, because he's saying, why are we engaging? The way the system is, it's like it's set up for corruption. Because everywhere where you go, and that is now where the challenge comes to us. And it is a challenge to me as a judicial officer. How is the judicial system set up? Is it an accountable system that whoever comes to court, they know that if they come to court, you can get justice without being bribed? Or is it a system where if you don't bribe, you lose? Because I think that is what she's saying. If you go to the hospital, are you going to get services? If you go for an ID, and I think now this is a challenge to us as Kenyans. And it is mostly, because the problem when I listen to them, actually the problem is not them, the youth. The problem is those who are in positions. Because as they say, they find a system that is in place where they cannot survive without giving something. So at times I ask myself, for example, like the Matatu person, is that person corrupt or he is succumbing to extortion? Because they know if I don't give, the consequences are so that it is not that they want to engage in corruption. So it is a challenge to us as leaders. Wherever we are, how do we make sure that in every position where we are, that people have confidence in the institution? And let me finish by saying this. How do we use technology? And I'm sure we'll be raising it later on. We need to reduce human interaction. And that is why I like even the issue of I will not talk about it because in court, about how do we, in public service, we reduce this human interaction in giving of services. I give you an example where I sit in the Court of Appeal. If you're fighting a case, in fact, many countries, even Europe, are coming to the Court of Appeal. You file your case online. You file your submissions online. The hearing is online. There is nowhere you will ever interact with a judge. There is nowhere you'll ever interact with our clerks. Everything is online. The good thing in this kind of a system is that you're also reducing a lot of face-to-face interaction. And that is why we need to check how do we ride on technology to ensure that all the services that are being offered look like the issue of the passports. We used to have agents in your house, but I think with the time, as we embrace technology, you reduce that human interaction. So what the youth are telling us, it goes back to the ethical question, and that is the main problem facing us, the ethical question. Those of us who are in a position, and I should not, because when you talk about corruption, there is always this idea of looking at corruption when you talk of people up there. For me, we must look at it where you are as a person. Are you giving services in the right way? Are you engaging? Are you acting in an ethical way? So they are giving us a very big challenge. For me, the youth, they have been let down by this generation. So they are saying, because this generation has let us down, let's also now engage. They are saying people who have not gone to school, they have become millionaires. So why should they struggle in school? So it's a very big problem.
CEO, I think listening to the youth there, they're also raising critical questions about the public institutions that are mandated to fight corruption, don't you think?
Yeah, I think my take is this, that we are concentrating so much on the how as opposed to the who. And that is where these people, the young people are coming from. What I mean is we are concentrating, whenever we are faced with a challenge, we think about amending the law, coming up with regulations, coming up with all this manner of approaches to reduce corruption. But we are not actually focusing on the person. Who are these people who are working in the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission? And how do we ensure the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has a system that is able to identify officers who get bribed? Because remember, all of us here, EACC, DPP, judiciary, all of us belong to this community. We are part of this community that the youth are talking about. It's not that we live in another world or in another planet. We live in this country. And all these things are likely to happen even where we are, in our own spheres. Now, the most problematic situation would be, and that is, I think, the concern of these people, the young people who are speaking, that the law enforcement, or that let's call them the judiciary, the judicial actors, the justice actors within the justice sector, are not doing what they ought to do, including the EACC, let's say. Because if all of us were to do what we were to do, then we are the people who are mandated constitutionally and legally to fight corruption. Let's not look for politics and people up there. Let's look at ourselves. What kind of systems and procedures do we have in place in our own institutions to ensure that, first of all, we deal with that problem internally among ourselves? Because the problem is, if, for example, among these institutions, from the investigator to the prosecutor to the, to the judiciary, there is corruption or bribery, then the whole system collapses. So what I would urge us, even in our own discussions here, is first of all, let's think internally. What is it that we can do internally in our own systems, in our own institutions, to ensure that, first of all, we clean our system, ourselves. And people have been talking about power. And we know we have a lot of power here among ourselves. There are people here who can jail people, whether there is evidence or not. And the others who can basically just include the others who can arrest people, whether they are innocent or they are, And that is where now, if those powers are abused in a way, or you give people discretion to do what they want to do, with the powers that they have, that is where corruption comes in. And I think, let's think about internally. Let's not point fingers outside. First of all, let's think internally about ourselves. How can we ensure we clean the system internally here among ourselves, so that now we can deal with other people like politicians and business people.
Thank you. To Elizabeth and Gloria, this seems to be an attitude problem. If it's not a disease, I don't know what it is. I would assume that there are households today, because of this level of corruption and attitude or psyche, is that nowadays there are people who save money aside for shopping and everything, and then you have to keep some money aside for corruption. It would appear, going by what they're saying, right? Because if somebody is ready to part per day with a certain amount of money in order to get, to do a shortcut and stuff like that, it means then it is something we wake up thinking we must do, or it is something we expect to do somehow during the day or somewhere. Elizabeth, let me get.
Thank you, Nimrod. Yeah. So, well, going by what the citizens are expressing, I think we are in agreement with them. They have expressed their raw feelings. When it comes to corruption and what is playing out before our eyes, I'm driven to conclude that we have a leadership and integrity issue. And it is high time for us to really rethink on the provisions of Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity. While it is true that we cannot legislate issues around morality and ethics, but there's something that can be done. Our speakers have talked about institutions, but we know very well that the institutions have people behind them. So we are the institutions, and I will tie it to the leadership and integrity question. What is the integrity of the individuals in the institutions that we have? What are the young people seeing behind these institutions? Probably they are not breaking it down very well, but we know that if I talk about maybe EACC as an institution, there are people who make up that institution. They have talked about systems. So, and I'm driven to the technology that we are talking about. Very good. But I'm still coming back to the individuals manning the technology that we shall be putting in place. If we do not address integrity and ethics as individuals who are behind the systems, who are behind the institutions, we will still be here 30 years to come talking about these issues. The last one that I want to talk about is on celebrating honesty. In Kenya, it's like we are not celebrating people who are honest or people who are coming out maybe to whistleblow. What the young people are seeing is that if you are corrupt, you are celebrated and you thrive in the society. And they are wondering, what will honesty bring me? So as institutions, as people seated here, how do we also enhance the communication bit, the prevention bit, and starting to celebrate and reward honest people in the society? That is something that we need to think about.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Madam Gloria, briefly.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. For me, I think when I listen to our youth there, who are our children, it's more sad than surprise. And unfortunately, what I find very intriguing is the society has almost concluded that everybody is corrupt. They look at you, you're driving a car, they look at you, you're in a position, they look at your home, and the conclusion is you must have stolen somewhere. So the issue of awareness is very, very important. And for me, I think corruption has mutated into a vocabulary or probably a situation that needs to be unpacked, and the younger people to go back to the drawing board, talk about that corruption which has mutated to a position where it's almost being looked at as the norm. This week alone, I have been faced with, just to give an example, of a young person who is related to me, and I had put something which went wrongly to my status on of a drainage system that was looking very bad. And the first thing this young man told me, DM'd me and said, I can do this if I'm paid well. And I wrote back to him and I told him, money follows a good thing. I think you have been disqualified by talking about money first. And I kept quiet. Then I saw he replied to me, and it's not someone we really relate so much, even if it's a relative. Then he put an advert there for me. And he said, this is a job I applied for. But I lost this job. I couldn't get this job because I did not afford to pay 200K, which was requested by my county government. So I was like, okay, now, what am I supposed to tell this young man? There were 57 positions of a technical job, and he didn't get it. And he believes he didn't get it because he did not produce. So he's trying to tell me that he didn't get this job because he didn't get the money. So money does not follow a good thing, but money comes before a good thing. So then you're left wondering, okay, how do we approach this Nimrod, a society where everybody is believing that we must all be corrupt? We need to go back to our drain board. And I think you asked me about areas in the private sector where that is rampant. And of course, it starts even on hiring of staff. You know, giving invoices that are probably inflated. And these young people are the ones who are coming in either to sell something or to supply, and they are finding abnormal prices in their supplies. The next person who got me about 3 days ago, they came and we were evaluating a proposal to give the person a job. And the financials were a bit too high. So when everybody left the room, because it's a gentleman I knew for many, many years, we've worked together in the UN, I asked him, why did you put such a high figure? This does not look like it's supported by any standards. And he told me, you know, madam, you know, these days you must put something there because, and he mentioned me, I must put something for you. And I looked at him and I said, when did we start discussing like this, you know? So it's unfortunate for me is where the society thinks that everybody is corrupt. And I still believe that everybody is not corrupt. Who is left in this, who can actually form the team that can push forward and avoid getting all of us in the mud and push the policies and go back to the drawing board and unpack this corruption which has mutated to something else. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Before I go back to distinguished delegates on the other side, a question to you, CEO, and this has to do with the recovered funds or assets. Should recovered funds be ring-fenced for specific social programs for public good? And how can asset tracing be strengthened in the digital economy? To you, Bonasiyo. And then to Justice Gashoka. Do you think plea bargaining is helping or undermining public confidence and overall the fight against corruption? Let's start with you, Bonasiyo.
Yeah, thank you. I think the assets that we've recovered in the last 3 years is, I'll just read to you, but on the digital assets, we all know the currencies that right now the world is moving towards digital platforms, cryptocurrencies. We also know that even here in our country, M-Pesa actually transacts huge amounts of money every day. And we know clearly that even in the traffic investigations that we've done, they had moved to a stage where they had in every checkpoint, you would find a place, either a shop or a kiosk or something nearby, where people who are actually the public service vehicle owners or the drivers would transfer M-Pesa money to those people. And so right now, we may reach a stage in the near future where you will not be seeing the currencies that we know as money. Money right now has become digital. So it's important, the Virtual Asset Act, I think, which was enacted recently, is it the beneficial, the Virtual Beneficial Providers Act. Yeah, that particular act actually is going to assist a lot in identifying these virtual currencies. So if you, as the, let me just read to you very briefly the assets that we've been able to recover in the last 3 years, and so that you get an idea of what we are talking about. For example, the financial year 2023-2024, the cases that we filed for civil recovery were actually 47, and the value of those 47 cases are 9.2 billion Kenya shillings. 2024-2025, 79 cases filed, valued at 4.9 billion Kenya shillings. 2025-26, 17 cases valued at 8.9 billion Kenya shillings. Those are the cases that we filed. But for recovered, the assets that we actually recovered, 2023-24 was 2.9 billion. 2024-25 is 3.4 billion. And 2025-26 is 3.5 billion. As is now, all these assets are handed over to the National Treasury. That is the law as is now. Unless now we amend the law to reflect a situation where certain percentage of the assets that are recovered are reverted back to the fight against corruption. But as of now, all the assets that we recover, we hand over to the National Treasury, and it is now put in the consolidated fund. So, but we are looking to a situation where we can have the law amended so that institutions that fight corruption can actually use certain percentage of the assets recovered in enforcing, or rather in the fight against corruption.
Thank you, CEO. Justice Kashoka.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Nimrod. You know, pre-bargaining is a tool in the criminal justice system, and for me, it's a very useful tool. But because we are talking about corruption, we also look at the non-based, what I would call the alternative dispute resolution, now on the civil side. And let me start with that one. When I joined EACC in 2015, we didn't have policies on alternative dispute resolution. And we sat down, I remember with the CEO and members of the enforcement committee, and we realized at times it's always good to have an alternative way of resolving an issue. And that is where we developed the alternative dispute resolution policy. And we came up with a new, for example, if somebody has stolen a lot of properties, instead of going through that long, winding litigation court process, if you can be able to sit and agree, and I remember it resolved a lot of matters. I remember a few cases where somebody surrenders the property, he had 10 properties, you leave him with one for survival or two. And I remember it resolved a number of, and it's a good thing. And it's not just in Kenya, alternative dispute resolution. So that if that person comes and confesses and says, I stole this number of properties, this one had been given by my dad, there is one that is not very clear, it's better you recover those ones, they are sold and the money goes back to the public. The same thing is pre-bargaining. And there is no better person here experienced in that area than Judge Muteti. Instead of going through a criminal case that you go for 10 years or 5 years or 3 years, if somebody pleads guilty, instead of for a lesser offense, instead of getting 20 years, but gets 5 years, it is still an achievement. Because for me, and this is my final word on that, because of time, we need to make corruption to be a risky and dangerous affair. Is it a risky? Are there consequences for what you are doing? If there is a consequence of you going to jail for 5 years through pre-bargaining, it's a good thing. If there is a mechanism for you to forfeit property through alternative dispute resolution, the idea is that we must make corruption, and this is what we are lacking, corruption must become risky and dangerous. Because what is happening right now, I don't think it is a risky affair in Kenya to engage in corruption.
Thank you, Justice. I wish to open the floor now, again, when a commissioner is ready. I see 2 hands. Anybody on the other? Oh, I see 3. Okay.
Thank you very much, Nimrod. Listening to the young people, one would be tempted to become the devil's advocate, but since I'm a Christian, I will not go there. And these are people who have lived through corruption, various stages of their life, because corruption is not a new phenomenon in Kenya. They have seen it during their, formative stages. Until now, they are young men and women, old enough to identify what is good, what's not so good. But as the Nigerian saying says, that one cannot learn to be left-handed in old age. And I think they have reached that stage where it's almost impossible for them to look at corruption in any other way. And corruption, as we all know it in Kenya, is only getting worse. It's not getting any better. And maybe we are also a victim of our own systems. The media, we have a very robust media that flashes out corrupt behavior, corrupt practices. We also have some of the agencies that are doing a lot in terms of highlighting corruption cases. For example, the Auditor General always churns out reports that highlight some of these the corrupt cases. I think one thing that we are not touching on is the political culture. Our politics is such that it's driven by corruption. Whether we like to admit that or not, that is where the problem is. The number 2 thing also, again tied to the politics, is the way people are appointed to certain positions, either based on ethnicity or some other nefarious reasons. Objectivity is not there in the most cases. You've all seen situations where we go through the motions of people being vetted for high office, where certain integrity issues have been raised, but those are swept under the carpet. The people still get appointed anyway. So there is that culture that we have in this country, and unless those are addressed, I think we will continue to have this kind of frustration that the young people are expressing. If we cannot address the political culture that thrives on resources whose sources are questionable, the money that is dished out there, including in the churches, And you know very well that, for example, a public official who is dishing that kind of money is incapable of earning that amount of money. And we celebrate that, okay? So in my view, I think this really needs to come from the top, because as long as it is celebrated at that level, you know, it makes the work of agencies such as the EACC really very difficult to deal with those cases, because these are also the same people that are capable of manipulating the process, both the investigation, the prosecution, and I do say even, you know, in the judiciary, because they have the muscle. They use the same resources that have been acquired illegally to influence, so that they can be able to get away with corrupt practices. So we have a major problem that really requires a paradigm shift in the entire ecosystem of accountability and transparency, so that people at least can be able to do the things that they have been appointed to do. You know, when you look at some of the reports in the media, for example, recently there was about three days ago, you had some very big reports. One involving the chief. When you look at the case like that, where in the judiciary says that there was a constitutional violation. Okay, number one. Then number two, you're told that the procurement of the health integrated technology system was not transparent, and yet there are no repercussions. There are no penalties for that. The message going out is that it doesn't really matter, because in my own view, if something is unconstitutional, why should it be allowed to continue? If there was lack of competition or transparency, why should that not be penalized? So we have all these situations where we are actually not addressing the issue, the drivers of corruption in this country. And unless that is dealt with conclusively, I think we'll just be a talking shop, so to speak. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner?
Thank you. Commissioner has spoken. One of the things I wanted to put my weight on, I'll not repeat, but looking at those clips, Nimrod, I see two things. One is the need for behavioral change. I may not know the question they were asked, but we also do not know whether you asked them and you've not told us how they think that corruption can be fought. Because here we are, the youth look like they have resigned, like all of us, to fate, that there's corruption and there's nothing we can do about it. I'm happy and at the same time surprised that this morning EACC had an anthem. I didn't know about it. And I'm a judge in a high court and the corruption division. So do we disseminate this information to the society? Do they know what we are doing? Because according to our society, we can only be seen to be fighting corruption where there is a conviction. And sometimes even where we convict, people would say that that one has been convicted because he did not bribe. When they appeal and they are released, they are said, up there, Honorable Justice Gashoka has been seen to overturn. That is the behavioral change we need to have. Actually, corruption in Kenya is only, before we invaded the wand, before we gave it that public authority, we used to have it when we were growing in the 1980s, we used to hear things called magendo. I think it's the same thing. So it has just grown and it has been with us. So if we could buy that idea of getting this thing into our curriculum, such that our children grow up knowing that there's something called integrity, we will be moving somewhere. Again, we can also look at the way we consume our information. Nimrod, if today we had a press conference there, if we have at the same spot a conference of politicians abusing and each other, and there's information that the first item of the news in the net and TV today will be those politicians, and the first item in Citizen will be the press conference by CEO. I can tell you the viewership will go to the NTV, because those are the people we want to hear. When Judge Musyoki acquits Nimrod, they will not, you will not write that the prosecution has failed to prove the case. You will write that Judge Musyoki has acquitted Nimrod. We pass the buck. Then we go to the funerals, tukishika watu, wanaachiliwa na court. The courts have no right of audience. We have no right of reply. So it's if we change this behavior and we also change the way we disseminate information and we put our hands down, I think we'll be moving somewhere, because these youth are the same people who we call the leaders of tomorrow. May I use this opportunity to have my right to reply what CEO said about constitutional petition going to other courts. I would say that we will not call it forum shopping. People file matters out there. They reach a judge at the petition, at the constitutional court division. It proceeds. It is a policy decision, and I can tell CEO that right now, as we are speaking, for the last 3 or 4 weeks, all matters which touch on corruption are being transferred on a daily basis to Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Division. But the catch is, are we assuming that if there is a problem with the judges at the Constitutional Court Division, the same problem will not be in the same Anti-Corruption Court? So the issue is not the division or where the matters go. It is the individual. Thank you.
Fair enough, Honorable Judge. Asante sana. I think I'll give CEO an opportunity to answer. Yes, and then there's Commissioner at the back there. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Nimrod. I want to follow up on something which the CEO mentioned about self-evaluation. Looking at the title of this seminar, we are trying to strengthen national anti-corruption efforts, and all the actors in the justice sector are represented here. So my question is, and I will first of all put aside my colleagues' issue about the political culture. What are we doing ourselves? Are we genuinely speaking to one another to achieve the same goal? We keep on blaming one another. Is EACC undertaking investigation, effective investigations? Is ODPP undertaking effective prosecution? Is the judiciary impartial? Are we communicating to one another? For example, when a case is dropped, do we communicate to one another and say, this is where you went wrong, this is where you should improve? Because our goal is to fight the dragon, as somebody said this morning. So, as we leave this session, we should ask ourselves, are we giving each other good feedback so that we can strengthen the weakest link? Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner at the back.
Thank you, Nimrod.
Let me comment on two things. Number one, the clamor for giving EACC prosecutorial powers, and I will, just like my brother senior judge Kashoka said, this could be a judicial question for judicial determination, so I'll be very careful how I approach it. And all I will say is this. For EACC, just undertake what I would call an anti-corruption war audit, looking at when was Kenya bent on fighting corruption at the very first instance. When did we start this? Look at the tenure when Mutua was the head of that institution, when Mwau was the head of that institution. Who had the power to prosecute that time? You will realize the police had the powers to investigate and prosecute. Walk the journey to the Ringera era, the time when Professor Lumumba was there, who had the power to prosecute. Check what happened. Were there prosecutions around that time? And what was the success rate as at that time? And the cooperation model that existed. That will inform the discussions going forward. And this I say because I had an experience when Kenya promulgated the current constitution in 2010. There was urgent need to get the police out of prosecutions. And that is how the ODPP Act came into force. I'll share my experience before the jailer committee that time. I attended that meeting with the DPP then. And one thing came out very clearly from parliamentarians that time, that let the police stick to the business of investigations. Let the prosecutors do their prosecutions. Why? According to Parliament that time, the wisdom they expressed was this. Looking at the Chunga Hira as DPP and how police powers to investigate and prosecute were used, there was a serious concern. That will take you to Bomas. Look at the Bomas discussions surrounding the question of removal of powers of prosecution from the Attorney General to independent DPP. Same thing. You have one man who is the Attorney General who decides what law goes to Parliament, who decides who is to be prosecuted and who is not to be prosecuted, who decides when to drop a case and when not to drop a case. So there is a lot of reading that really needs to go around that question and ask yourselves, what have the pronouncements been from the case of Engineer Kamau by the courts? There was a subsequent matter where KRA had a tussle with the police on investigations about matters related to tax and what Judge Kimaru said about it. Just look at those decisions and probably you enrich your discussion with Parliament, and I wish you luck in that regard. Now, on alternative justice systems, Judge Kashoka, I agree with you. This, I think, is a new model of sorting out our problems. Under 159 of the Constitution, AJS has now been entrenched. And we should not shy away, and I would encourage EACC. This is where you record the highest rate of success. Please up your game in that area. Because the more you recover assets, the more then Kenyans begin to realize actually EACC is functioning. Why do I say this? Take an audit again. How many convictions have you secured since you were established? How many of those people are sitting behind bars? Yet, how many properties have you recovered? And how much has gone to Treasury? Thank you.
Asante sana, Commissioner. Any other hand up? Not at the moment, huh? All right, in the interest of time, Honorable Judge, you asked whether we asked the young people how best to fight corruption. Oh yes, we did ask the question. Do you want to hear? You really want to hear? Well, in a nutshell, they pity all of you. Yeah, they actually sympathize with you. To some degree or some extent, they feel like tuinue mikono tu. Labda Mungu ashuke tu. Okay, listen.
lakini kulingana na saa hii sioni venye wanaweza pigana nayo wakatisha kuwa zaidi.
Niko na imani nayo kwa sababu naona wanafanya kazi. Ukiangalia kama mwezi jana walipigana na yule governor wa Kiambu, huyu anaitwa Wetitu. Naona alikuwa ni wa Matangi. Alikuwa amegrab pesa ya wananchi sana. Lakini walipo EACC ilipojaribu kumuingilia, unaona kuna mali amerudisha yenye haikuwa yake.
Binadamu hatuwezi maliza corruption juu iko ndani yetu sisi wenyewe. Hiyo ni corruption. Siku hizi corruption iko kila mahali. Au pia wanajaribu uwezo wao. Na ni binadamu bado. Hatuwezi sema au pia wako kamilifu. Hiyo ni kitu hatuwezi sema. Juu corruption siku hizi mimi mwenyewe sina imani na hizo bodi.
Hai, sioni kama wana fight. Juu kama wanaweza kuwa wana fight, at least ingekuwa inapungua, but badala ya kupungua inafanya nini? Inaongezeka. Corruption inaongezeka. Sasa unapata hata tukienda maybe hosi, unapata mtu anajuana na daktari. Wewe unaweza shinda umepanga laini kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni na unapata tu mtu amekuja na ameingia na ametoka.
Ninaweza amini tu wanaweza jaribu penye wanaweza, ndio at least corruption waifinyilie irudi chini, ndio at least wananchi ama wakulima wadogo wasiumie.
Unapata kuna watu wakubwa sana ambao ni wafisadi, ambao wanafanya corruption, wanaiba mali ya umma, na wakiimba wimbo ya serikali ambayo iko mamlaka hawashikwi ama hawachukuliwi hatua, hawachunguzwi. Lakini akienda kando na hivi, kesho yake unapata EACC imemfikia, polisi wamemfikia.
Kama tungekuwa kama wangekuwa wana fight corruption, hizi vitu ndogo kama polisi kuchukua hongo kwa barabara zingekuwa zimepigwa, the small things. Ati mtu anaweza jaza gari ya 14 seater watu 24 na bado apite mbele ya polisi na apite.
Au wanakuwa wamepewa hizo maadili ya kumalizana na corruption, lakini unapata hao ndio wanaanza na hiyo tabia. Tuliona wakisema watabambana naye, sasa wacha tuwawekee macho tuone. Juu walisema watu watafight, wacha tungoje tuone.
Naomba tufikie ukingoni, sio? Ni saa 7:10, but ndio tufunge vizuri. Can we allow our distinguished panels at least a minute for their closing remarks? And if there's any burning issue concerning what they've said, anything going once, going twice, going thrice. Turudi upande hai sa. May I start with you, Madam Elizabeth? Just your final comments and your take from this discussion.
Thank you very much, Nimrod. Thank you to everyone who has been part of this conversation. My final comments on this is that as anti-corruption institutions and stakeholders, we need to strategically involve citizens in our engagements. Citizens want information, they want transparency, they want accountability for the very institutions that they have entrusted to help them fight corruption. Let us engage them more, let us interact with them more, let us increase our public communication on the things that we are doing to address corruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Elizabeth. Madam Gloria.
Yeah, thank you very much. A lot has been said. My take home is on the person who talked about curricular development. Starting by inculcating that culture from the word go. Because we are told that socialization, how we are socialized from 0 to 7 or up to 13 years, will make us the adults we are. Number two, the issue of ICT, if we put it up and probably removed the human face more, then probably all of us will be a bit desperate in terms of who do we bribe. So those are my 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you. To CEO and Justice Gashoka, as you make your final remarks, also help us understand, looking ahead 10 years from now, what would be the success in Kenya when it comes to fighting corruption?
Yeah, First, let me say that there is already a bill in Parliament that is supposed to fast track the hearings of criminal matters. I know probably we will face challenges in terms of the deadlines that we have given in that particular bill, saying that 3 months a case will be heard, another probably 6 months if it goes for appeal, another 3 months. I mean, probably it's not doable. But that bill is right now in the National Assembly. It's being discussed. And I think other than those timelines, there are other requirements that have been infused, which brings about some accountability to all the players within the, this sector, I mean the justice sector. So I think that is one positive thing. 10 years to come, what we would like to see is we have to do more of the long term, dealing with corruption than the short term. The long term here is the preventive aspect of fighting corruption. How do we catch our young kids before they get involved in corruption or before they are sucked into that particular culture? The short term is the law enforcement bit, which is immediate. And it is, in many cases, it is said when a country is faced with serious problems of corruption, law enforcement comes first. So you have to come in with law enforcement, but again, don't forget the preventive aspect, because that is where you reap in the long term. The issues of systems reviews, how do we reform institutions? How do we inculcate good, ethics and ethics and integrity in the young people? So the two have to go together. But because of the situation we are in, I think law enforcement, of course, comes top. That is why we are here. But we have to also not forget the preventive aspect so that we reap the fruits in 10 years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO.
Okay. So I think my final words, I want to say that as a judiciary, and the Chief Justice is very clear about this, we want a transparent and accountable judiciary. We want a judiciary in which the public have confidence. And that can only be achieved if we as judicial officers are transparent, are accountable, and there is fairness. Because if there is corruption in the judiciary, everything else that we are talking about here will collapse, because we are the final referee. We are the referee between the DPP, between the Defense Council. So as a judiciary, and I know we have a zero tolerance against corruption, we are also held accountable. And I think it's important for Kenyans to know this, that as a judicial officer, now speaking for myself, there will be consequences if me as a judge engage in corruption. There will be consequences for me as a judge if I engage in unethical practices. And we are not above the law. The way the CEO is investigating a policeman, he has the same powers to investigate me as a judge in the Court of Appeal. So that if there is any Kenyans, and I think our accountable mechanism are very clear. The complaints against judges, there is a very clear mechanism. If one thinks that there is a certain judge is misbehaving, we have a very clear mechanism for going against a judge. So as a judiciary, it is zero tolerance against corruption. If as an individual you engage in corruption, the same consequences that you face other public officers, we are also subject to that. And I know that is, the CJ is very clear about that one. 10 years from now, what the judiciary is actually doing at the moment is to ensure that there is fast tracking of the hearing of the cases. And I talked about it. Luckily, even as we speak now, the interview is going on to recruit more judges. There's a time we only used to have 12 judges in the Court of Appeal. The number was increased to 30. Now, as I sit here, we have 42 judges. the idea is that if you one files an appeal, it should be heard within 1 year, because that is one way of also ensuring that there's public confidence in the judiciary. And the same should go down, so that corruption cases, let them be heard within 1 year, maximum 2 years. So very many measures have been put in place, and I'm sure going forward, you are going to see more magistrates are being recruited, more high court judges are being recruited, more judges of equal status, because you also, like asset recovery RAD, they'll go to environment and RAD cases, more judges are being appointed. So speaking for the judiciary as an institution in the justice sector, we will play our part. We expect the DPP, the EACC, and the other agencies to play their part, because this fight cannot be won by one institution alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Elizabeth Duya, Program Lead, Transparency International Kenya. Madam Gloria Ndeke, Executive Director, KEPSA Foundation. Of course, Mr. Abdi Mahmoud, Secretary and CEO, ESCC. And the Honorable Justice Mwaniki Gashoka, Court of Appeal Judge. We say thank you so much for a wonderful time. A round of applause for our panelists here today. And also a round of applause for yourselves for making this a wonderful discussion. My apologies, we've run over time and I don't want to interfere with the other program in the afternoon. Nasema asante sana. Hadi wakati mwingine. May I hand over the microphone back to Mr. Mue, tafadhali. Asante. Thank you.
Thank you, Nimron, and thank you for all our panelists. I think there's a request, the 4 panelists and the moderator, you take a photo. Yeah. Maybe you'll be standing. Thank you. Next, again, we are going to give a token to the panelists. And I will invite Commissioner Mushimba and Commissioner Dr. Cecilia to come and make the presentations. I will request that maybe we stand on the side so that we just invite one by one. CEO, this time you are a resource person, so. No, now you are a resource person. So, the first to be presented with a token will be Justice Mwaniki. Yeah. Yeah, just in the middle. Commissioner, you can just flag. You take a photo, the 3 of you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. Next will be Elizabeth. Then next we have Madam Ndeke. Then finally, we have our CEO. We are giving CEO last so that it is sure that it did not influence. Yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. You can take your seats. I invite Director John. Director John, come and present to the moderator, Mr. Nimron Tabu. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is now around 1:25. Lunch hour will be 1 hour. Lunch hour will be 1 hour, and therefore our humble request is that we return to this same hall by 2:25. Lunch will be served in the ground floor restaurant. Lunch is now declared. We may proceed. Thank you. Okay, I'm inviting, Farida will pray for lunch. Farida, come.
morning. Good afternoon. As you have rightly told, I'm Mr. Wekesa, the Deputy Director of Forensic Investigation. I am supposed to take you through the modern approaches to investigating corruption, economic crimes, emerging trends, and insights from a forensic investigator. To start with, that is the outline. I will do an introduction and also modern investigative approaches, emerging risks and trends, challenges in investigating economic crimes, the role of the criminal justice system, and then I will conclude. I am aware that from morning, what I'm going to discuss has basically been talked about, but this one is going to come from an investigator perspective. As we know, corruption has spread its tentacles since 1956, when we had the Prevention of Corruption Act. Up to now, it has been transforming and putting on different types of skins and coming in different shapes up to today. And that is what I'm going to take you through. Therefore, it has come more complex because there are many key players and actors, both non-state actors and state actors who are involved. And it has now cut across transnational boundaries, since the world has become a global village. And therefore, it requires that the investigator must be very detailed, very keen to follow through in trying to answer what, when, where, how, and why that particular corruption took place. We know very well that digitally, right now we don't have a lot of paperwork, because traditionally we were using to have paper trails. But right now we have digital platforms. Most organizations and government departments are going online. Even your departments that you are coming from, including ESCC, most of our services are now online. And therefore, you will find that there are people or cartels with corrupt mind who will want to manipulate and alter some information in the system, and then they cause the loss of resources. And also network, whereby we are talking about the physical interruption and interception. Like we have seen cases where people are stealing other people's passwords and hacking through the systems so that they purport to be the people who they are not. And in the process, huge sums of money and resources are lost through that type of system. And there are many cases of that kind. The key related offenses and the common ones which we as forensic investigators in the modern world are dealing with include procurement fraud. Procurement fraud, this one, just from the time of budgeting up to the time of awarding the tender, up to the time of performing that particular contract, an offense or an irregularity can happen at any of those stages, including no work done and short work, but payment has been made. So we are really investigating many procurement-related cases. People are awarding tenders to themselves, proxies, friends, relatives, but we thank God that the current Conflict of Interest Act, which is in force, will really do something for us. Bribery and kickbacks, same. As you saw those gentlemen, the people we were shown here, people are saying you cannot access services without giving a kickback. Even contracts, some of them, the kickback is given long before even the award, making it even more complicated for us to investigate such a type of cases. But where we are able to see or establish, or people come and complain, we are able to investigate, and we have done it through digital platforms. Electronic information is recovered. Embezzlement, as you know, is a direct embezzlement, people paying themselves monies for like trips or training they have not attended. We have so many of those cases which we are investigating. People have traveled abroad, but at the end of the day, they were just in Kenya here, but they have paid themselves. I heard a funny one in Kisumu, where payment was paid to people who had gone to Uganda, but one of them, an MCA, had died. So I was asked by the press people, why did you do due diligence? I told them that I even don't know the number, my MCS in Bungoma. What about Siaya? How will I know the names? I got the name on the payment forger. So which means there's somebody who came from the grave, went to Uganda, he was paid, then died again and was repaired. So it even made the case more strong. Asset misappropriation, you have seen where government officers using vehicles, siphoning fuel. We had such a case even in somewhere. I think some of you know about it. Somebody was sent home because he was siphoning fuel, purported that the government vehicle is the one which has been fuel. Kumbe it is his vehicle which is being refueled. So we have such a type of offenses. Illicit enrichment, we know your salary, we know what is legally yours, what you possess, what you are. But after we establish that you have, your lifestyle is way above, and also what you own, your net worth, through the normal channels of calculating. And when we give you a notice, just to confirm how you have gotten, you are unable. Tax fraud, this is very rampant, and most of the companies, people get tenders, they are paid, but they don't pay tax. And those cases, we have been investigating them with KRA. Sometimes KRA now find that to be further, we refer to them, and then they are able to recover. Money laundering, this is money which is caught through illegal means, but people are trying to clean it up in the process so that it can look like it is good money. There was a small story I want to touch to you. There's a clever boy at home who stole a sheep which was brown and went and put some paint, black, and he painted the sheep, the black paint, and he took the sheep to the market. Then the lady, the owner of the sheep, was on the market. Now she was saying, it was just like this, but brown. So, but later on, you know, when you buy a sheep, you hold it this way. So, and then some paint will remain in the hand. He was arrested, but he was a clever boy. Conflict of interest, as we know, this is where people are actually awarding tenders, I said earlier, and it's becoming very rampant. I know as a commission, right now we are doing the 30 cases, which most of them are for conflict of interest. And it is now, therefore, crucial and important that the Director of Public Prosecutions, and I know the officers are here, that sometimes we as investigators, we have a lot of problems. You find that somebody has like 100 tenders through this conflict of interest. So since the law of conflict of interest, we can get somebody on that. Why should we belabor to actually investigate all procurement? In fact, we will retire, go home without finishing those particular procurement processes. So sometimes we require to go straight to the conflict of interest. So why modern investigations must follow? I think there was a radio program called Tembea na Majira. Those ones who knew that program. So why it must evolve is that we have to work with the trends and patterns as they come, as the world is moving around. So we have massive forms of digital evidence. The investigators in the house can confirm. Sometimes they go to the banks to collect the bank statements, and they are so voluminous that even the banks cannot photocopy and certify. They give us back to come and print. Complex financial transactions, so many financial records, so many money moving in so many accounts, others going through the real estate, people are buying. So you have to look at all those tires, how the money has been moving. So you have to check through all those documents as a forensic investigator to be able to come up with who are the people culpable. Cross-border financial flows, as you know, we said the world is a global village. Many people are opening bank accounts in the offshore accounts outside the country, especially in the Virgin Islands. And one such a case was the one I did on Anglo leasing, where we even don't know who was awarded the tender. The government officials don't know whom they awarded the tender. Until we got documents from Switzerland to show who are the beneficial owners, is when we knew that, oh, kumbe they are these guys. But in the entire procurement process, you don't see them anywhere. In fact, when they came for the first time to record the statement at the CAS at that time, they told us, show me any document that I appear. We just released them to go. We had nothing to do with them. But now when we got documents from outside, is when we were able to establish that they are the beneficial owners. But they had nominees. At one stage, they were the directors of that company, then they had nominees, then trustees. So it's a bit chuckled up. And now you need my MLA as an investigator to prepare an MLA to go to the other country. And maybe if we have any agreement, MOUs with them, or the law of reciprocity, if they are kind enough, they will bring the information. But even if the information comes back, still, the chain of custody, you, as an investigator, you are asked, how are those documents, how did you transmit the MLA, and how did it come back? You have to establish all the stages until they came back to the hands of an investigator. So you can imagine how difficult it is. But when you are able to establish that in court, surprisingly, somebody then says there is a technical hitch, something which is that somebody photocopied one of the documents that was recovered, and therefore, the integrity of these documents are being touted. So such a type of, so those are some of the things that we undergo as forensic investigators in court, and you know the lawyers, how they come to you. So we can move. The modern investigative techniques include intelligence-led investigations. This is what we are, as forensic investigators in the commission. This is actually what we are being guided with. Intelligence-led investigation. You can see the concealment of these particular processes and transactions. We must have intelligence-led investigation, because now then we have proactive methods and surveillance, so that we can be able to know, to be led, so that we are not going on a fishing expedition. You are able to know that this is the trend, this is the pattern, these are the people who are involved, this is the company, these are the relatives. So we have all that web. So as you engage in the real investigation to collect evidence, you know exactly what you want to collect. You know the type of people you want to question. You know their relationships. You know who did what, where, and how. Financial investigations, as I said earlier, this is just financial records in the banks and banking institutions, where you have to go through and ensure that you subject them to various tools so that you are able to make sense out of it. as I said earlier, 1,000 pages of bank accounts as an investigating officer. You are not able to look at each of those transactions and make sense out of it. But with the necessary tools, you are able to do it. In digital forensics, as investigators, sometimes we have to get hold of these items, the devices that the bad people, the criminals use, maybe telephones, the mobile phones, we have computers, we have laptops. Sometimes we seize them. So as an investigator in the mind, you must know how you are going to extract this information from a digital device, preserve until it is going to be examined or analyzed by the experts until you will present it before court, and all the necessary certificates which accompany what you are doing. Because at the end of the day, those things, they come up in court. So that is what we need to do as forensic investigators, and that answers the next data analytics as a commission, and I am happy that I've been in the commission for long. I've seen it grow. We have a robust forensic lab with a team of experts, and they are doing a good job. They have IT tools and some other tools where they are able to now extract the information and put it in a manner that is understood by even a layman and even before court, so that we have things like flowcharts, and I'm very sure the courts are enjoying the services of our IT tools, because now we are able to show the court and demonstrate how these transactions happened and how these people are related. And I'm very sure we are doing a good job as investigators. Asset tracing, as a modern technique, what we are saying is that the motivation of these people who steal or who steal public resources, they have to buy assets. Most of them don't bank this money. They have the money in the houses. But the problem is sometimes, because now staying with a lot of money in the house is a problem, that's why they construct buildings day and night, 24/7, and that's why they are collapsing. So, because now the house cannot get time to even dry up, and because now they are fearing that the money can be stolen by somebody else. And you have seen stories where maids have stolen money from the process, but they cannot report anywhere. And that's why when I say that if somebody steals money and buys an asset in another person's name, according to me, that person should stick with that item and see where this person will take them. And I think it will be a deterrence also to the corruption. AI financial crime investigation, as you know very well, AI now can be able to do so much. It can be able to analyze a lot of voluminous digital information within a shortest time with accuracy and precision that we require. Now, the modern techniques, these are already, I have explained them. This is what I had, the notes I had written, but now it was, we can just go, we can proceed. Now, I'm on emerging corruption and economic crime trends. Now, as we investigate, and as we go through the various committees within the ESCC, we have established that as we draw our flowcharts, financial flowcharts, we are discovering that when we analyze bank statements or M-Pesa, bank statements especially, you will find that these people, they are now withdrawing cash. You find somebody was paid 50 million, 40 million is cash, withdrawn in cash. Only 10 million is where you can now see, and they are paying for materials for construction, if it is a construction worker related, which this particular company bidded for and got the tender. So you'll find that they are buying the material, and all that. So this cash, the 40 million, you wonder where it went. And most of the time, these people are very junior officers, a clerical officer who is withdrawing a lot of cash. Now the question is he withdrawing cash to take to the bosses? So that is now an area which is emerging, and we really want to ensure that we get all the processes and maybe investigate even the accounts of the people who we know are very close to that particular tender, so that maybe we can even get some people who are given cash and then they bank on the same day that particular cash. So that is the work that we have. So what they do, they ensure that they conceal the money trail so that we cannot know exactly where the money is. Use of M-Pesa, this is increasingly put in use, where you find some people go and buy float. I think there's something called float, the money that these M-Pesa agents use. So they buy float for them, and then in the process, these people, the money they were supposed to buy float with, the M-Pesa agents, now they have to give cash to these guys, because now they have disguised the money by giving the M-Pesa agent. Also, most of these service delivery points that our CEO spoke about this morning, you find that when you go to a police station, if you have done your research, you will find somebody being told, instead of giving us the cash, go and withdraw from that M-Pesa agent. I think you have heard or you have experienced such a thing. What does that mean? It means that M-Pesa agent has a relationship with these particular criminals, and they don't want their money to be seen. Or they will wire the money from M-Pesa through a certain bank, and then until it goes to the beneficial owner. And it makes the whole thing complex for an investigator. Now you have first tier, second tier, third tier, until you get tired. But we at the commission, we don't get tired. We normally follow up until the final stage. Use of virtual assets is actually coming up, cryptocurrencies. Now, in the current world, we are told that, initially, we were hearing about boxes in the banks, safe boxes in the banks. I think that is what we were hearing. And it was specifically to keep money. But right now, what these people are doing, they are coming up with other methods, like the Bitcoin, like the wallet, and they know that it's very difficult for an investigator to unravel that, because they have passwords, they have inscriptions that they themselves understand what it means. So that is an area where we really need a lot of concentration, and our officers need to be capacitated, especially the ICT team, so that they are able to match up and be contemporary at the par with their colleagues. But we thank God, I know it has not been a very common, there have not been very common cases that we have investigated in our country, but as it has been said here by the previous presenters, prevention is better than cure. We already have the Act, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act of 2025. I think now maybe we are headed towards the regulations. But it's better to prepare, because now that act has outlined what are the requirements of those people who are harboring any intentions of coming to this country to open such wallets, Bitcoins, and the likes. I'm not an expert there, but that is the little I know about the virtual assets. And the laws are clear. You must know the beneficial, you must show the beneficial owner, and declare the application form is very detailed. You need to give all your details, all your associates, whether in this country or the country of origin, because most of these people are not born and bred in Kenya. Budgeted corruption is not a new idea to you or to us. As we investigate, we have discovered that people are on the onset, when they are preparing the procurement plans, they are inserting some money without clear lines, or they populate a lot of money on a clear line, but it's excess. So when they are implementing the budget, they will now reallocate. They will seek for reallocation of the same money. And once the approval is given, now they are able to do what they want to do, which was not in the procurement plan. And mostly, that's where now they will pay for air. So money has been paid, you go, there is nothing that was supplied, or there was no structure which was built. I have encountered such a case, but this one I don't know whether it was a collusion, where a certain county government has a budget. They have sent to the budget control of budget for approval, so that they can appropriate the money, spend the money. But what they do is that they list the items and the amount of money that they are supposed to pay. But when it comes to the total amount of money, it is inflated. So when the controller of budget approves, there is some more money, and therefore they are able to pay whichever company they want to pay. So those ones are very clear now. Concealing beneficial ownership, this is very common. You don't see the person. The dark forces, you don't see them. You just see the small agents and shell companies and proxies. So to an investigator, unless you unravel that, you will not be able to go anywhere. Professionally aided corruption, this one I have seen not once or twice, our chair, when he goes to most professional bodies. And we have really, it is becoming a serious issue. Because now you find, with due respect to the lawyers in the house, because those are the ones who keep some of this money, and they say that there's a secret or client confidentiality, you cannot disclose anything. And also, some assets are purchased in their names or in their firm's names, so that later on, they will be transferred to that person when he has maybe completed his mission in the public service and is now a citizen out there, and they know that this law does not apply to private people. Is when now they unleash and begin using the property. Challenges. I know there are so many challenges as investigators. I just picked a few, but there are so many, not to name, about people not cooperating, institutions not cooperating, some witnesses not being found, some suspects not being found, some are long dead because some of these cases are reported long after maybe the fact took place. So you find getting such a type of people or documents from some institutions and some county governments and some government departments. There are just some who are just difficult. They cannot give a document. So you see, that frustrates an investigator. And even some of the people who are supposed to cooperate and assist, sometimes they don't assist. So complex financial structures, I think I've talked about it. These are hidden money all over, across the borders, main accounts, real estates, and other properties purchased. So you need to really follow the money, as our slogan, that there's no investigation without you following the money. So it's a complex process. Need to a lot of stakeholders to assist, and you also need experts and tools that are able to unearth and assist the financial investigator. Lack of beneficial ownership, I put it there because I know most of the cases we investigate, believe me, you, and all of us, most of us, we know that we go the second tire or the third tire or even the fourth tire is when we get to know the person. Or sometimes we don't know the person at all. And sometimes we now look at one another. Where do we move from here? So it becomes, and also when we take the file the other side, we are told, no, look at this particular person. But you have taken 10 years to look for, or 2 years or 3. So even if you are given more time, you are not able to get them. Weak interagency coordination, I think we have spoken about it. Our stakeholders have talked about, our boss has talked about it, that we need to strengthen. And I think this particular meeting here is very crucial as one of the stakeholder agency coordination, because now we have a conversation that we need to cooperate, because one person, even one finger or one nail cannot kill a lice. I hope, a lice or a mite? A lice. It cannot kill that one. Eh? So we need one another. We depend on one another, and each agency has their own mandate. They have their own resources, and even skills and talents. So when we synergize, I think we can be able to kill this particular dragon, which has tentacles. Slow judicial processes, I cannot belabor more. It has been said, put here by the judge, our former commissioner, Kachoka. He has actually, I'm happy. In fact, as he was talking about it, I was one person who was really happy that the problem of investigators and the commission and even the DPP, it might end, because that judicial process, they just awarding orders, as the CEO said, awarding orders which sometimes we look at them from a layman language. You see, this one, sio mzuri. But we live with it and try to see what we can do as a remedy. Insufficient technical capacity, as you are aware, we have talked about the matching trends, those digital things, the wallets and all that, and therefore we need a lot of expertise. But I'm happy that I've seen the commissioner has been doing a good job. I'm seeing most of the investigators are being exposed to those trainings, and I'm very sure that's a good seed which we are planting, and when it germinates and matures, we are going to reap very heavily, because we have planted and put manure, ensure the fertilizer is there. So unless another thief comes to steal, we expect very good harvest. The role of the criminal justice system, of which most of the stakeholders are here. Effective investigation, that is on the investigative agencies. Once we conduct a good investigation, and I'm happy that at our commission, we have quite a number of checks and balances. By the time the file reaches the enforcement committee, it has passed through various stages. And of late, I've seen some file going to DPP and coming without a point to cover. And then we charge people. I hope it will continue, because I've seen it recently happening. So I think those checks and balances are helping us. But as we do that, this is a relay. We have to hand over the baton to prosecution. That's the power we are talking about, which is elusive. It has been elusive since I joined the commission in 2005. I've been hearing about it. And I think we just need to continue. God will one day answer our prayers. Pray ceasingly and remain vigilant. I think one day we will get there. Judicial understanding of financial crimes. It's also important. You can investigate very effectively. You can have a good prosecutorial team. But now when you are the judiciary, if the judicial officer cannot be brought to speed to also understand the mechanisms and the trends and what happened, then it means that still we might not get a good result. And that's why I told you earlier that we are now having very good flow charts, financial charts, and I thank management for actually enabling those systems. And I can see more and more are being purchased to ensure that we have very good interpretation. Last but not least, efficient case management. This one goes without say. It means from the investigator, the time you are handling that case, as you relate with the prosecution, how you are managing that particular case is very key. You are ensuring that witnesses are available, exhibits are available as they were in the state in which you collected them. They have not been tampered with, so that they can raise the issue of integrity and credibility. And also key, as I see it, for the investigators, the chain of custody is very, very key in management of the case. Because increasingly, the lawyers, the defense lawyers are asking for the chain of custody. How? And they want you to demonstrate. And also the investigation diary. So you really need to document each and every activity that you carry out and update it on daily basis so that you don't forget, because we are not robots and we are not drones, we are human beings. We are prone to forgetting some of the key activities that we undertook in the course of our investigation. And therefore, with that said and done, I know in the interest of time, as an investigator of 26 years, I can talk and talk and talk, but because of interest of time, let me end at that.
Thank you, Mr. Wekesa. Let us clap for him as he goes back to his seat. From your presentation, I can confirm you are actually a Moi University alumni, just like Honorable Justice Muteti. And there are so many in this room. So we'll go to the next presenter. I have another declaration, or is it a confession? After some time, I tend to talk a lot. So, yeah, so we'll move to the next presenter, then thereafter we'll do a joint plenary. So kindly hold on to your questions. We'll come to them. So our next presenter is somebody I know. I think we've interacted. And I'm hoping that during plenary you'll share the challenges that you usually share with us. Isiwe umeweka zingine kando. Yeah, so Mr. Rogers Akaki, OGW, CFE, he's an assistant director, investigations at the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. He has over 20 years experience at the commission with extensive expertise in corruption and economic crime investigations. He brings over 12 years of specialized experience in bribery investigations, covert and surveillance operations. Prior to joining EACC, he served as a captain in the Kenya Army. Wow, captain. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in electrical and electronic engineering and a Master of Science degree from the University of Nairobi. Wow, that is serious, huh? Mr. Akaki is a certified fraud examiner and has undertaken advanced training in intelligence and surveillance, computer forensics, corruption investigations, blockchain technologies, and alternative dispute resolution. He was conferred with the Order of the Grand Warrior, OGW, in December 2022 in recognition of his service. Before I say that you clap for him, the judicial officers in the room and our judges, when somebody like Akaki appears before you, if he's saying something, just know he knows what he's saying. So let us clap for Mr. Akaki as he comes over.
Thank you, Honorable. Please allow me to keep the protocol established earlier. And I'll be presenting on the emerging trends and the bribery investigation challenges, success stories, and lessons learned. As we are aware, bribery is the most common form of corruption. In every perception surveys, whether by ESCC or Transparency International, it is the leading form of corruption in Kenya and in most of the other countries. So my outline will be introduction, ESCC corruption perception surveys, emerging trends in investigation of bribery, the ESCC approach to investigations, challenges, success stories, and lessons learned. So ESCC has shifted its bribery investigation strategy towards investigation of bribery at service delivery points and bribery within the capital intensive projects, government projects. As we all know, apart from the police bribery, which we have tried to fight over the years, most of the bribery schemes are collusive and they are done in private. So until one party gets disgruntled and comes to report, sometimes they go unnoticed. And as I continue, you will see how we have come in innovatively to be able to crack those privately agreed bribery schemes amongst the parties, either public officials or the people who are undertaking government projects. So as we investigate bribery, of course we target public officials and also private sector officials. Previously, under the Repeal Act, the ASECA, we were only allowed to investigate bribery where public officials were involved. So even if it's a private person, we must link that person to a public official. So it was limiting. But now when the Bribery Act, which came in 2016, but I think people looked at it and wondered, why did we call it Bribery Act? Is it promoting bribery? So I think it was changed. Now it's called Anti-Bribery Act. So we use that act, and key issues in that act is that we can investigate bribery involving any person. We can investigate bribery involving purely private people using that act. We can also investigate bribery involving public officials and also between public officials and private officials. So it's very key because if you look at government projects where, we have now the big bribes, not the police 50 bobs that are common. So you will find that the contractors who win these big contracts, they are the ones, as they fight to get the tenders, they compete on how much they can give to public officials. And as I'll give an example later on, you see how we investigated a case where a private contractor had a record of giving senior public officials bribes so that the company continues to win government tenders. So we have emerging trends that highlight that, of course, bribery being the commonest form of corruption and the most visible in some times, because when we talk about the public delivery points, these are areas that the common citizens interact with public services, be it hospitals, be it when they want birth certificates, when our children reach 18, they want the ID cards, the hospitals. So the public interacts with this form of corruption daily. It's very visible. So this one I've explained that over 70% of Kenyans believe corruption is widespread in government institutions, particularly county governments, procurement areas, revenue collection areas, and service delivery areas. Law enforcement agencies, police, especially traffic police, are most cited as the leaders in receiving bribes. We have bribery in police services, health services, as I've explained, county offices where the wananchis need permits, licenses to operate their businesses. You'll find the public officials until inaleta kitu kidogo. Either the service will delay, or in some worst instances, in fact, you are just denied the service because you are not cooperating with the public official. Emerging trends, now there is a lot of use of mobile money because now our M-Pesas and other mobile transactions, they are convenient. And these people who like bribes, I don't know, once they start receiving bribes, it becomes almost a disease because every now and then you will hear, niko mali fulani, tuma 2,000. Okay, saa hii tu nilipe bill. So it's very common that you'll say, tuma na M-Pesa, tuma kwa hii line. So we have established that mobile money transactions are the movers of bribes, mostly, because of the convenience nature. Someone can receive money from anywhere. Of course, people are not using their registered numbers. Most of them, some of them do because of impunity, but most of them will say, tuma kwa hii number. So they'll give you another number. But as we investigate what my friend was saying, who is the beneficial owner, sometimes we unearth the beneficial owner of that bribe. There is a case we investigated of a senior government official who had registered a number under a different name. And that number was collecting bribes from people who are seeking services from that organization. But now as he continued, he forgot, or maybe now, so he started paying for his children's school fees using that number that is not registered in his name. And he went ahead to pay for his professional registration using that number. Now you can see that's how we connected. When we analyzed the M-Pesa for that number, we found out it's his number. And of course, when we use our investigative techniques, I don't want to mention here, you will find that he's in possession. He's in possession of the actual mobile number. So we connected all that, and we were able to have a good case, which I think has been investigating, is in the processes of the investigation. So those are the schemes that people will use the M-Pesa but forget. Ultimately, we will have some footprints, how they use that money, they'll forget this number doesn't belong to me. So the person starts sending his spouse. Now the spouse money using this number that he thought now he had hidden under some names. We have now increase in the use of proxies and intermediaries, where people, you know, when we used to go to court, especially police matters, and police will send their spies to court. So these are public places, but these ones are tasked to ensure they understand the process, how EACC is able to establish you are receiving a bribe until they arrest you with the treated money. So they want to understand the entire process. So you will see, especially police change their tactics, that when they want to talk, you cannot have a mobile phone, even as my director has the spectacles. He'll tell you, leave them. Everything there before now we can talk. So you can see they come and establish, how do we record them? We, like traffic police officers, have nicknamed us, we are mwewe. You know mwewe, that bird that hovers around. Because they could not understand how are we recording them. Because when we play those videos, when we have opened an investigation, they wonder where were we? Because they choose carefully the spot where they collect bribes. And even they have some people watching for them. Somewhere, whether there's someone kwa kichaka, ama kwa muti, is there someone around? So it's challenging, but I'll tie it to how do we now, innovatively, surmount that challenge, is that we continue to improve technology, because we base all this on technology. So you find when they choose the place they collect bribes appropriately, they say this is the correct spot. Us now will go for long-range cameras. We'll go for other tactics that they might not be able to understand, because there was a notorious spot somewhere where police were just receiving bribes, and it was not very easy for us to stand anywhere. But now they forgot the nearby is a recreational spot where people can sit and have a soda or just wind their time. So we used our undercover officers so that one is a boyfriend and another is a girlfriend. And they went there with their snacks. So as they eat, as this guy takes bribes and even dances because there's no one around, so he came to this undercover officers of ours and said, what is wrong with you, man? Yeah? Umeshindwa na msichana, umekaa sana. Kwani what is the problem? Not knowing that he was the target. And we were able to have very clear recordings. Yeah? He's even taking bribes, calling others to say how the day is good. Yeah? The drivers are behaving. So you will find also bribery schemes that they have gone multinational. It's no longer within the country only, especially for the big bribery schemes where we have big government projects. I know you have heard about people going somewhere in Dubai, so that's where they receive the money, and maybe they leave the money there in some projects there. So it becomes a challenge. How do you tie all that evidence that now someone has gone to Dubai, received the money there, and it's a bribe, then comes back to Kenya and now facilitates, or already the person has facilitated that company to get that tender or to do a shoddy work. So it becomes a challenge. How do we tie the knots when some of these people are going to countries where even if we do MLS, maybe they are not honored? So I have talked about the collusion networks within the institutions. As I said, bribery is, most of the time, is private affair between a group of people or people, and mostly is when some of them are dissatisfied with with whatever they wanted to benefit. That's when they come out. But what have we done? Because so that we can go around this, is through the integrity testing program, where now we use our undercover officers who pose as citizens seeking services, actual services, sometimes actual. Hata kama ni kutibiwa, kuja office na time wakati askimu. And analyze and say, that is a corrupt person who receives. We went where someone was using also a number registered. This one registered the collection number. So that's the number when you go there for your retirement benefits processing. And he was an intern, but with connections to now. Give you that now. Then now send me the message so that it starts. Through the integrity testing, we were able to get that number because that guy gave us that number. And since we had an actual file from someone he had recruited, told us to deposit money to that number, which we did. So the next investigative process was now we get the M-Pesa, the full M-Pesa statement, that number, which we got. And when we analyzed, we were able to fix our network. There were other permanent and senior officials who are using this boy. And he was not employed, but it's just renewal of 3 months, 3 months. So when the money goes that, an average of about 1 million goes to that number every 2 months. Then they share. Now they share with those fellows inside the pensions. We were able to do a sting operations. We arrested those fellows and opened an investigation. So you can see without an integrity testing, it could have, unless someone came to complain, it could have been very difficult for us to find out that scheme. A digital communication is now key because when we started investigating bribery, before people knew how we do it, it was easy. People would just call, you go talk, record, he says bring money, we take money, we arrest. But now they became cautious because they knew. In fact, there are some people who have some other capability. Once you negotiate, then you say, I'll come back. So they call you. When you have the complainant, he picks a telephone, then he's told by someone, unafanya nini integrity send? They have been tracking the guy because they knew we do what we call initial. We interview the complainant, record the statement, then tell him to go, and so that we can be sure someone is asking for the bribe. Then we come back so that we can analyze, then we take the treated money. So people became now cautious. We even had instances in our investigation where only our complainant was talking. Umesema ni ngapi? I think he was writing on a paper. Yeah. So the guy said, no, he's not talking because we have to see a conversation. Maybe he's just showing. Yeah? So in the communication, you might not establish because it has to be very clear that it's not our complainant offering. It is the suspect demanding. It must be very clear. So now, because of the digital communication, what we do, some of these people, they will WhatsApp you from wherever they are, they text, so that when we do the arrest, just to fill the gaps, we make sure we confiscate the phone. And it has helped us in some cases where once we see the conversation, it becomes very clear that these people were talking. Maybe the other guy was even giving ultimatums. If you don't do this, this will happen. And it tightens our case. We have now, as my colleague said, increased use of virtual assets is also affecting even bribery. People are paying bribes also using the cryptocurrencies. So it becomes very difficult. As you know, the blockchain environment is that you are there, but the identity is not like a bank account where we can see your details, everything. Once you go to that system, you become anonymous. So it's just transactions, but you are anonymous. Unless we'll find you with those keys so that we can go to the system. Or another option right now is that as we go forward, maybe we'll have institution like ESCC having a wallet, so that when we are targeting someone, we can initiate transactions. But because we are also anonymous there, we can collect some data from this person because we are in that system. So we have also the intelligence-led targeting of suspects, as I've said, because of the collusive nature of the bribery schemes. We use a lot of undercover operatives. Of course, there is the challenge of that if we participate in the scheme, then are we competent witnesses? It becomes a challenge, but this one helps us just to establish, and now, as I've explained, we can go further and see where do these people, when they receive bribes, where do they take them, so that we tie to whatever they normally do. Because someone who receives a bribe will do something which is not right, because that's the purpose of the bribe. We use of traps and stings, they were the usual ones. We record. If the person, we have evidence, we take the money, treated money, and we arrest. We now integrate financial investigation in all cases. In some cases, high profile, we involve the prosecutors at the earliest point so that they assist us to fast track and make sure that as we compile the file, already they are aware. If there are any gaps, then they can assist us. What we are facing as challenges also in bribery investigations is that there used to be years when we used to get like instant consent, because bribery, it's sometimes personalized. Someone has reported and wants action tomorrow that you have arrested this person. Because we arrest, why is it he's still at the workstation? Why is it this person has not taken plea? We used to have an arrangement with the ODPP where he could give us, once we give his brief background of the case and the evidence we have collected and is satisfied, maybe in 1 or 2 days, we get the consent so that the person takes plea. Because bribery files are not very big. Sometimes it's just maybe 5, 6 statements with the recordings transcribed, and you take someone to court. But these days you'll find now sometimes it takes 3 months, 6 months because of the process. It has to go the whole process up to the DPP. So extraction of digital evidence, I've talked about it. We really use our forensic lab just to make sure that we tie the knots in the bribery. I've talked about the integrity testing program where we are initiating some bribery investigation, starting with the integrity testing. I've talked about collusive nature. Of course, the usual, the external interference and police assistance, that cuts across in many of some of our cases. Hostile environments during arrests. I've participated in arrests and actually I've dodged bullets fired at us by police officers who did not want to be arrested. And sometimes when we talk to these junior police officers, they say, it is their seniors who say, wewe unashikwa kama gunia na uko kwa uniform na uko na bunduki. Okay? Unashikwa na civilians na uko na uniform. So sometimes there is resistance. We have witnessed where our officers' security has been at stake. but we have never feared. We have continued. Even after the exchange, the next day, if we are told by management we have a case, we still go, even now. So there are normal security risks to investigators, the usual ones, like we deal. Some people will resist arrest. In fact, we are thinking of, like for the officers for sting and trap operations, whether if the CA allows, there is some kind of selection based on body size and some strength. Because some of these people, when you find some mtu amekula, and actually they physically assault our officers before we subdue them. Because mkubwa, mwingine anaitisha usaidizi, and you find maybe we have gone there and maybe that we could have been 10 to 1, but now we are 2 to 1. It becomes a security risk to our investigators. Of course, my colleague talked about the frequent adjournments. We understand, but sometimes also maybe our colleague, we can do better. The mutual legal assistance delays, as I say, some bribery investigation are cross-border. You find it happened, or someone received money here, and he was a national of another country. So he has gone back, and you need the evidence of that person. So sometimes the MLAs, they delay, and also they are costly. Some countries are not cooperative. Yeah, the usual, I'll jump to the voice identification and signing of certificates. That's a very critical area in bribery because it's protected by the law, the Evidence Act, that once you have the recordings of someone, whether voice or video, another person who knows that person very well, either by work or another, but knows the person maybe for 3 months and above, must listen to that recording and recognize it that is so and so, and after that, sign a certificate, which is evidence in court. So you'll find some bribery cases we are just rotating there where someone comes, especially the government, the public servants. We force someone to come because he's not willing. So the boss say, go there and cooperate with the EACC. So he comes, we play the recordings. He says, unajua, hii mwaka tu nilikuwa kwa daktari. Kama masikio, haisikii mzuri. So I'm hearing something, but I cannot say it so and so's voice. Some say it's like, so that it's not beyond. Ni kama yake. Na anakatalia hapo. Sema amesema ni kama. Yeah. So some witnesses are intimidated and some withdraw because we have witnessed cases in bribery because some people personalize it. And like other cases we investigate, this one, some of our complainants want to own it. Kesi yangu, mimi ndio nimeleta. So we do an operation, arrest, maybe it's a Friday, then on Monday we see the same person. He has come, I want to see so and so, mkubwa wako, nataka nimuone. So the person, what's the problem? That yesterday was a Sunday, and I went to church. And I don't know how the pastor knew that they had some issues on Friday. Na kahubiri juu ya kusamehe. Forgiveness. So mimi nimefikiria hiyo kesi yangu, nataka niondoe, nimemsamehe huyo jamaa. So you see, we have started from the wrong footing. I think I'm about to end. Maybe. I can continue as it comes. I was just going to some success stories where we have one, where we had a company in Kenya, which was, we can call it notorious for winning huge government tenders in road construction sector. So it came to our notice that they're also notorious for bribing senior government officials, so that they win these tenders. We were investigating this case together with the Israeli police. So we were cooperating because it was a company originating from there. So we started by doing a search so that we can get these documents, because the information we had was that actually it was from an insider who had been sacked. And because he knew something, now he blew it. So they were making some records like payment forgers, but for bribes. So they say today we have paid so and so, 1 million. Then they were keeping the records, like for accounting or something. So we did a search operation. We got those documents, and we analyzed them. But now it goes straight to our challenges. Well, that's what happened in Kenya. For us, when we started, first, there's no recordings. Someone demanding for a bribe. But then two, it is cash payment. It was not transferred to anyone's account. Then three, the person never signed anywhere for receiving. It's just the other side who are accounting for it, that today I've paid how much. So when these people came for recording statements, of course you can guess. We read to them, on this date, you received 1 million from so and so. He says, no, where did I sign? Or do you have any video evidence showing me receiving the bribe? So on our side, we completed that investigation. Of course, even we were able to go to Israel to assist them. They also came here. But our file could not move for those challenges. It was to be closed. Because despite what we knew is possible, those people, we didn't have any evidence of anyone signing or any video recording. But just to show the difference in our systems, on the Israeli part, they completed the investigation because the threshold is lower in their bribery investigation. And those people pleaded guilty through a plea again. And they were fined. So that the other side, it was completed. Even the company paid a huge fine. And they were able to write to us even to congratulate us for assisting them. But now on our side, when you are asked, what's your verdict? Where is this case? We were to tell them we are still investigating. So that's one of the cases. Then we have, just to show you that we cover various government organizations, we have a case of a counterfeit agency where bribes of the Chinese, and we have investigated that case very well, and it's at various stages. I wanted to show this as I finish, just to show you that where the private sectors come in, that is no longer purely EACC following public officials. And this one was reported by the bank itself. The bank reported to us that a senior official received a bribe, a huge bribe, a percentage of the loan the customer was applying. So he was given that percentage so that he can facilitate the processing of that bribe. This one was not even a sting, it's just purely bribery. And because this one, the percentage was transferred to this person's account. And after that, he processed the loan. We completed this investigation, and this person was convicted in court, purely private, using the Anti-Bribery Act. I think I have explained the rest. So just from what I've explained and the examples I've given, from our side, we are seeing that cases succeed when investigation is well planned and executed. I've jumped to the, suppose this, there. And evidence is preserved early. Some of these evidence for bribery investigation, you can lose it anytime. In fact, we have seen some cases where an officer is careless. Today he has the recording, tomorrow he starts looking for the recordings in the gadget. He has mishandled the gadget, and it has overwritten the conversation. Digital evidence handling determines admissibility, and we must maintain chain of custody and also involvement of computer experts at the beginning of the investigation. Of course, close coordination with ODPP improves the efficiency. Professionalism, even within the officers as we do the work, also maintains the institutional credibility. A strong teamwork, especially between investigators and prosecutors, efficient case management, and also multi-agent approach to investigations will assist in resulting in successful investigations and adjudication of cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for Mr. Kaki. I think you agree with me that that was experience sharing. Very interesting experiences. And I hope as the workshop progresses, I think there are many people in this room who have very interesting stories. And you can just see how corruption partakers or those who participate in corruption are well ahead. So if as institutions we don't keep up, we'll be left way behind. Maybe your delivery was soft, but at the same time, I don't know if you are getting the jokes inside. Especially Mr. Kaki's presentation. You say that at times you go for the sting operation or for an operation. You think you are 10 to 1, only to discover you are 2 to 1. I don't know if you got that joke. Huh? Yeah, and so I'll open the floor for questions. Huh? I don't know how we are going to do this. Eh? Maybe they'll shoot their questions, then you note them down, and then we'll give you time to respond. So maybe we can start by taking 5 questions for our presenters. And even as we do that, maybe I can also use my power as a moderator for this session to just seek a clarification. You talked about, that is Mr. Wekesa. You talked about one of the challenges, slow judicial process. And your presentation was on investigation, challenges during investigations. And as anti-corruption court at the lower level, we usually deal with the ex parte investigative orders. Correct. So I don't know whether you meant that that slow speed is at that stage, or what. Maybe if you can clarify on that, so that we can also chip in. So maybe we'll, any questions? They'll note down the questions. So, yes, where is the mic?
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, Bwana Wekesa and Mr. Kaki, for those 2 presentations. Now, this workshop is about experience sharing, and I've accumulated 3 years of experience, which of course is a pale shadow of experiences of my colleagues who have made the presentations. But within those 3 years, I have something to share. One is with respect to the conflict of interest cases. I've seen situations whereby files are being returned from the ODPP, conflict of interest cases, where the commission is being asked to further investigate whether there were any procurement irregularities. The recommendation was to charge on the basis of the Conflict of Interest Act. So the question that I have, and as a layman, wondering, doesn't a conflict of interest charge stand alone on its own instead of being supported by procurement irregularities? And I think maybe our colleagues from the ODPP also could help us also to understand it, because this has come back as a cover point. You have a conflict of interest charge, and the Commission is being asked to further investigate whether there were procurement irregularities. That's number one. Number two, again, with respect to procurement.
Sorry, let me interrupt you. So that we are actioning that question to Mr. Joseph, so that you write as you move to.
Yeah. I think that would be important. And I think even the other one also might be of interest to the ODPP. And this is with respect to cases that have been withdrawn. There were procurement irregularities or conflict of interest, but the cases are being withdrawn because apparently no public funds were lost. So you have a situation where there are procurement irregularities. Does it mean that for that charge to stand, you must demonstrate that public funds were actually lost? So again, for my interest as a lay person, I get confused in that kind of situation. So that is a case for Wanawekeza and also in conjunction with our friends from the ODPP. Now, to Mr. Akaki on the bribery situation. I just wanted to get a sense of the key ingredients that would make a charge of bribery to stick. Because again, here we have seen cases where some cases have been lost because either there were no witnesses or there was no evidence that the person who received the bribe actually solicited the bribe. Now, this is mainly with respect to traffic cases where you have the public service vehicles, they give the bribe and they go. Obviously, you're not going to get a witness. And even at that stage, it's not possible to get the solicitation aspect of it because, they just give and move on. But then the sting operations actually capture the receiving of the money. So again, that leaves me confused. Wasn't there a bribe and somebody took the money? And again, if you've had cases where even they are complaining, why are you charging the receiver and you're not charging the giver? The giver has already driven off. So you're not going to get them. So, and here again, maybe our friends from the judiciary could help us also, because I think there have been cases that have been lost because of that aspect. Thank you.
So those are 3 questions or comments for your experiences. Yeah, I hope the ODPP you've noted, and Mr. Akali. So we are looking for 5 questions, 2 more. Yes, Justice Musyoki.
Thank you. My question is on, or rather comment is on MLS. I would want to understand the challenges you may be facing when we come to MLS, because now we said we are sharing experience. I want to share a painful experience. Sometimes you write painful judgments. Painful. You are writing and you are feeling the pain because you can see a very simple thing which should have been done to have this case successful. But either it was ignored or there was a challenge the investigators are not disclosing. Money is deposited and transferred from country X. It is suspected that country X, money was stolen from that country, ministry. Case is filed. Affidavits are filed before me, saying that the agency suspects that that money was illegally obtained, is proceeds of crime, so he let it be forfeited. The respondent comes with the contracts, saying these are the contracts I was awarded by country X, which is not very far from us. Money is shown coming from a well-known, a reputable donor who is across the street. But when they come to, when they receive that response, the investigator does not go further. He does not ask the other country whether this agreement really is yours. He does not walk to the office of the donor to ask, surely, was this contract existing? And it's a lot of money. And then they expect me to forfeit. I'm saying painful because perhaps that money was stolen from that country, big chunk of money. I have no capacity to go and see whether that bridge or road was built, but the investigator had the facilities and the chance. Is it an issue that we could not get clarification from the other country through MLS? And who is responsible for this as an investigator? Is it you, or you must go through the Attorney General or through the ODPP to bridge that gap, that small gap of investigations, which needed just a word from the ministry on the other side that this money, this project was never undertaken?
Yes, I hope you've gotten Judge's question. No? And then one more, then we'll give our presenters a chance to respond.
Yes, thank you so much, the presenters. My question is on the aspect of following the money, the money laundering aspect of investigations. I come from the police, for your information, and not from the traffic.
I was about to ask, kuna polisi kwa room?
Yes, I'm a police officer from the DCI, but a police officer nevertheless.
But it's still the police, eh?
Yes, that's true, a police officer. So my question is, he has talked about the traffic police officers, and they have become a case study, not for good reasons. And many reports, of course, have indicated that there is a problem with that department. And I'm aware that our police leadership is doing all it takes to manage or mitigate that problem. But again, you also mentioned 50 bob. For your information, and we are sharing experiences, not casting aspersions. It's not just 50 bob. I remember there is an incident where one of the police commanders, the regional police commanders, arrested a traffic officer at around 11 in the morning. And by that time, this officer had around 40,000 shillings. So you can imagine, it's not just 50 bob, it goes more than that, which means all those involved in corrupt practices have amassed wealth. They must have eaten this money somewhere. So my question was, when you arrest these officers with those treated 100 bobs, as we see on TV, do you go further and find out where that money, the ones they have been accumulating before you arrest them, because it could be a lot of money, whether this is traceable, and whether the money laundering laws have been applied to address that issue? Thank you so much.
Okay, you've gotten the question. So this is how we'll do it. They have requested that the ODPP do respond to the query that was touched on you before they can go.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I also want to commend the investigators for highlighting their experience sharing. And this conversation is very timely. Fighting corruption needs concerted efforts. Because fighting corruption, I've always said, corruption fights back. With the same force that we investigate, with the same force that we prosecute, with the same force that judicial officers sit on a day-to-day basis, the other stakeholders, the suspects, the planners, are sitting out there with also advocates scheming on how they are going to fight back. And I've always said, if you have a corruption case, be prepared psychologically that once you embark on that fight, there shall be resistance, and that's how you have to keep our heads steadfast. We're the custodians, we're the public trustees under Article 73, and therefore we have a very enormous responsibility to ensure that those who hold public institutions, those who ensure that public funds are utilized prudently, are accountable. So this particular conversation, bringing all stakeholders together, is very critical in terms of coming up with strategies to enhance synergies. In regards to the particular question that has been asked, I'm going to respond by also giving my experience sharing. The issue of conflict of interests vis-a-vis procurement irregularities, you have to, where there's a conflict of interest, it must arise out of an act and omission that is criminal. There must have been an influence during the process. So to break it down, if there's a particular tender process that is ongoing, ultimately before that tender commences, individuals have sat and schemed and agreed who will be appointed into these committees first, who is going to undertake the valuation, who is going to prepare the professional opinion, and ultimately is going to execute this contract. So that then whoever who executes the particular contract that awards the tender, it's already been schemed. There's a particular company that is envisaged that will receive this particular tender, and there are faces behind that particular company that it's been schemed to receive that particular tender. And I'll give an example of the recent case that you have heard of the former Samburu governor, the Nakuru case. I'm glad that where I sit now, I'm at the policy level. I've been in the trenches with Honorable Muteti. I'm glad that the CEO here, we have sat in boardrooms up to 1 a.m. in the night. In that particular case, as you're all aware, we had a conflict of interests charge against the former governor, where a petrol station in which he owned in the county of Samburu, all the institutions or some of the agencies that were fueling that particular, that were fueling from that particular police station, the business enterprise, the sole enterprise holder was the former Samburu governor. And I remember when I was making the submissions of sentencing, during his sentencing, sentencing process, I remember I had done my research, and we all know the salary of a governor is about $1 million and so. However, the amounts of money that had been received in this particular business named enterprise, through which it received funds for payment of the fuel that had been allocated to the various state departments within the county that were fueling from this particular station, was over 10 million. And I asked myself, and I put this submission to the Honorable Judicial Officer, that if a governor is being paid using public funds, and still is acquiring a private interest arising out of an enterprise in which he owns, then we should make it very painful in terms of the deterrence that comes out of prosecution and punishment. And the outcome of that particular case is that the former governor was convicted, arising out of that particular case. Fast forward, we all know what happens thereafter, is that immediately the conviction was meted out and the sentence was passed, an application was done for bail pending appeal. All right? Which of course was robustly opposed. However, bail was granted because it's the constitutional right. However, the reasons as to why then we are drawing our lessons, when the appeal was prosecuted, the outcome of the appeal was that the conviction was quashed. And we are here to have a conversation. We are supposed to highlight what are the challenges in terms of the acts and omissions and the ingredients that we have proved at the point of case beyond reasonable doubt, all right? And then at the point of this particular conviction being set aside, what came out very clearly is that the irregularities that went into the award of this particular tender to this particular business name, that particular issue was not properly and adequately investigated. We have to lay a basis as to and the unlawfulness that led to the conflict of interest in terms of the individual acquiring private interests while executing his duties as a public officer. And that's why I'm saying that as the ODPP, if we enhance our synergies together, is that from that particular case, we are robustly reviewing to have the same file in the Court of Appeal. And I've always made this particular recommendation. Where we have come from, initially there never used to be a specialized high court division handling corruption cases. So there used to be a lot of challenges in terms of the cases that are arising out of the lower court when the magistrates have convicted and going to the high court. What used to happen then is that at the high court, the convictions used to be quashed and acquittals are set in. Now we have made gains and strides where we have a robust high court anti-corruption division that is adjudicating matters touching on corruption. And we have had judges who have been very progressive in making corruption to be very painful. Recently, with the Court of Appeal appointments, Lady Justice Njuguna has moved to the Court of Appeal. We received a lot of support from her when she was at the High Court. Now, the recommendation that I've always made is that at the Court of Appeal, early in the morning we had Justice Gashoka. We already have Justice Njuguna. Why can't we have a specialized bench at the Court of Appeal? So that then if we have a specialized court in the High Court handling corruption-related matters, if these cases are filed in the High Court, and we are here to share our experiences, which are very painful. Citing again the John Waluke case, there is a conviction that we had in the lower court. The High Court affirmed that particular conviction. The Court of Appeal quashed that conviction. This is a holder who is a leader who is supposed to ensure that he complies with the Leadership and Integrity Act under Chapter 6. So if the gap that we identified earlier And this is one of the recommendations that I would want to make arising out of this particular conversation that you are having here. And Honorable Justice Muteti is here, and Honorable Mosweki is here. If practice directions, or if the CJ can constitute a specialized bench to be hearing corruption-related cases at the Court of Appeal, we already have ambassadors who have helped us fight this corruption. So just to answer Commissioner Ogallo, some of these loopholes and the gaps, we ensure that we address them at the investigatorial stage and at the prosecutorial stage, because they've already drawn lessons in terms of where we are going to. Another example which I'll give you, we're dealing with the Waititu case right now.
Mr. Joseph,
Yes.
you're almost giving a whole presentation.
Yes, yes.
Can we?
So just to answer his question is,
kindly
as
summarize,
ODPP exercising our mandate under Article 157 to ensure that there is credibility and ensuring that if we institute these cases in court, they will see the full day of light at the end of the tunnel. Because as it is, from the lessons that we have drawn, from the experience sharing that we are having here, we are already seeing ourselves, if then we proceed with some of these cases, as you have asked, conflict of interest, without the proper investigations on the procurement irregularities being undertaken, there is a very huge gap.
Yes,
I don't want to say much on that. Maybe my colleagues, Mr. Matoya.
Since I'm the moderator, let me exercise my powers. You've used that question to kill so many birds, but I think you've answered the question that was asked. So you'll allow me, it is experience sharing. It's just that we have limited time.
Sorry, I think he answered the question, but I did not get what Ogallo asked, Commissioner Ogallo asked. Can there be a conflict of interest without irregularities?
Can there be a conflict of interest without irregularity?
Because the case he has cited, I seem to understand that it was thrown out because there were no irregularities. So even though I, as chair of EACC, I do work or provide services to another government entity, if I have not conversed, we have not colluded, I've just gone for a straightforward business transaction, then there's no conflict of interest. Is that the case?
So they have allowed you now to answer that. You know, as a chair now, we can expand your time.
No, we just want to so when it comes to analysis of evidence, if you acquire a conflict, if you occupy a public office and you acquire private interests, then there is evidence. We can charge you on that. So that's a straightforward. That's a straightforward issue because it expressly shows that you're occupying a public office and you acquire private interests that may negate or may make you not to be objective in exercise of your public duties. Then that evidence, if it is submitted, it is clear for us to charge on that particular aspect of conflict of interest.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So.
Yes. Okay.
The case is thrown out because there were no irregularities in the process. Then it means that if it is regular, then there is no conflict of interest.
Thank you, Chair. At least you've ensured that the question has been answered. Are we satisfied that the question was answered? Eh? Let me first ask if time can be added. Okay, they say we can add the time. Eh? So we'll take more questions, so that you take them together, and then we finish.
Okay, so thank you, Chair. Mine is not a question. Maybe it's just a. I'm looking at the law, the act that we charge persons for the offense of conflict, and it seems to have two arms. There is one where if you fail to disclose an interest, maybe in a tender or in a procurement, then you would be deemed to be in conflict. But there are those scenarios maybe where you're not participating in the tender, but maybe your wife or your daughter or my son, I'm the head of procurement, and they are being awarded a tender by my employer, and by extension, after my son is awarded the tender, then once they receive the payment, they ship all the payment to me. So we believe that would, on its own, constitute conflict of interest, whether or not maybe there were irregularities or not. I'm just asking maybe for further debate so that because if most of the cases then were to be deemed not to be in conflict because there was no influence or no participation, then that section, and even the current section 20 of the Conflict of Interest Act, then would not serve the purpose for dealing with conflict of interest in government procurement. It's just a comment, maybe to be discussed later.
Tumepata hiyo. You know, there are judicial officers here. There are also judges. Not that they are blank. We are well aware of what is going on. But it's because even the way we contribute can be a bit tricky because some of those matters are pending before us and some of them are judicial questions. So don't look at them and then think they are blank. It's because some of them are judicial questions, and yesterday Justice Muteti.
Thank you.
Unless you are sure the Chatham rules apply.
That you can never bank on in a judicial process. Now, I'm just wondering, the example given by Regina, why would you struggle with the conflict of interest in a case such as the one you've given, yet you can clearly lay out a case for money laundering? Because if somebody is going for a tender so that they're able to conceal the fact that the beneficiary is their father or mother who is sitting in an organization and that money eventually lands in their hands, don't you think then it boils down to the question of selection of charges and what provisions of the law do you really want to charge these people? And I think that's the kind of discussion we need to have. Don't put yourselves in a straitjacket where you only look at the Conflict of Interest Act and the Anti-Corruption Act, and you forget while at it you could as well benefit from PCAMLA and other statutes.
Yes, thank you, Justice Muteti. I hope that is well noted. I said sometimes after getting used to the podium, I talk a lot, but you'll allow me to say this. Just the other day, I think this is important because it touches on what has just been brought up. We had the privilege of traveling to Zambia for an anti-corruption workshop for the region, southern region and eastern region. And I think I've seen Justice Musyoki as a presentation. I'm sure you will mention something about what is being said. You are far ahead, or we are far ahead despite the challenges, but Justice Musyoki will share that a few things here and there. So I hope Justice Musyoki I've not preempted what you will say. So Mr. Akaki and Mr. Wekesa, over to you.
I hope I'm allowed to sit. Okay. The first thing is the question you yourself asked about the slow judicial process. In an investigation, we have to ask ourselves, what is the ultimate goal of investigation? Because you can't investigate for the sake of investigating. You investigate for the sake of, if you establish that there's a criminal offense, the case has to go to court and you prosecute for adjudication purposes. So what I meant is two things. Along the way, before you reach Canaan, there are quite a number of potholes. And one of them is, for example, you go for a warrant to investigate account. And I can assure you that sometimes it's very difficult for us to get a symbol, a document like a warrant to investigate account. Number two, we have a legal obligation, as the CEO said in the morning.
As in the order?
Yeah, even the warrant to investigate account itself, during the investigation process, you find sometimes it's difficult to get it. And I know why. I'm saying what I know. Secondly, is that, as the CEO says in the morning, we have a mandate. We are investigating somebody, then they rush to court, and they come to get an expert. And then now, we stop the investigation. The court has not had time to listen to both sides, so that we know, is there merit, so that we can proceed with the investigation. So we are left what to do. And it looks like now the criminal has more powers than the investigative agency. Then the other slow process now, when ultimately we are in court.
For the case itself.
When on the case itself, you find it takes so long until there's fatigue among witnesses. Even the IO themselves also get tired. You have carried documents to court for the last 7 years. What do you think? You get even tired also. So, as in the morning, they were saying that Commissioner Kachunini, the Court of Appeal Court, said that they are trying to hasten the process. I think that's the right direction, so that we have a short period of concluding the cases.
And just for the benefit of everybody, our oldest case currently is a 2010 case, at Anti-Corruption Court.
So that is how many years?
2010. The 207 is... Oh, I'm saying Anti-Corruption Court in Nairobi. It's 2010.
On the conflict of interest, I think justice has been done on that one. I might not belabor myself. The other one is, as Commissioner asked, does it mean that you cannot have a case on love or willful failure to follow procedure until there is a loss? I think from where I sit as an investigator who has testified in court severally, there is a charge sheet. And you will have a situation where when that willful failure to follow procedure led to the loss, so those will be separate counts. So there will be a count on willful failure, and then there will be now another count for that loss that was caused. But you can stop at just willful failure. Or alternatively, if you give, in the process of giving evidence in the court, and then the court finds that you have proved beyond reasonable doubt one of the counts, even willful failure, they can convict somebody on willful failure, but discharge somebody on the other account. So I don't think, from where I sit, we have to tie the loss to willful failure. because they have standalone counts. On the MLA, I think it's an unfortunate situation for that IO. What I know is that an MLA is a well thought through document. And before you put in an MLA, you must understand exactly what information that you want from the other country. So probably that officer who drafted that MLA did not put all the information, including what you have mentioned. All the same, he could have done an addendum. So I don't know whether it was an oversight.
My point is, there was no effort made by the IO, even to start that process.
Then that is unfortunate. Because it was supposed to be there, and the law provides for it. And that's what we have been doing. Even in very simple cases like fake certificates, we have been doing MLA, because you can't get information from another country without an MLA process.
And so you see, even as the judicial officers and judges also have experiences to share. The only difference is that they can only share a case that they have completed. But
Thank you. I'll attempt the question from Commissioner Ogalo on the traffic police officers, where if you look at the law, it says about either you request or receive or offer. So it means to someone. So when you draft that charge, that's where the problem comes when we say from various motorists. And we have a video showing the officer is receiving from people. So the court asks now, since they are being seen, these people, and the judge says you receive from someone, so where are the statements from those people saying they are the ones who are giving? And that's where we now get a challenge, because the matatu drivers don't cooperate, because they say once they cooperate with us, even in court, they will not operate. You know, also they have issues. They are not clean. And they want to operate and roadworthy vehicles to carry excess, but for the police to be punished. So they will not record statements. So when we get that challenge, there is a time we attempted to drive. We have used another offense when we are getting those challenges that record statements from the people who are giving. And we are adding an offense of dealing with suspect property. It used to accompany that one, so that if we face challenges, the one of receiving. And in some cases, we receive some positive judgment from the court. So the issue of the matatu drivers recording statements has been an issue. They don't want to do it. And when you read the charge without saying, if you say from them, then you must have statements saying on this date at scene, as the video is showing, it was me operating this vehicle, and I'm the one who is giving. That one is a challenge. Then on the traffic police officers, about where they get the money or they take the money, we have been doing it. We have been going further to find out or establish how these officers use this money. Of course, majority don't invest. They just live off it, because they know tomorrow they will be getting more money. But those that we have been able to find something, because also we profile officers, not everybody, but where we have a cause, there is something, they smoke. We have profiled police officers for unexplained assets, and we have cases. But for us, the normal ones on the roads, I think they just collect, they eat that day and also share and wait for tomorrow. But we have cases for unexplained wealth against some police officers across the board.
Yeah, so I think I know the session has been very interesting, and I'm sure it would have attracted even more experience sharing. But unfortunately, we have, that is what we had. And just because I have a right of reply on the issue of the warrants, if I got you clearly, for the warrants, I think the ex parte investigative warrants, especially investigative accounts and such warrants, I think, you agree, we've always endeavored as a court to engage with you, that is the EACC, on administrative bottlenecks. And I think you must agree with me, we sorted all those things out. You are able to get those orders on the same day, unless you fail to come for them. That one I'm right, Mr. Akaki. And the other advocates in the room for the EACC. Sasa mimi nachomewa na mnanyamaza tu. Yes? Yeah, and we are still streamlining, you see, because we are getting better and better. And we'll continue doing that. For the other orders that are, of course, stayed, that one there's nothing we can do, because that is a process. And it's a right that every suspect has. See, that one is clear now. And then you were talking about investigations. It is true. In most cases, you do good investigations, thorough investigations, but things do not end there. Eventually, this matter will go to court. There's a prosecuting part. And believe you me, as I told you, as judicial officers and judges, we can also share experiences. When you think that you've done all the investigations perfectly and effectively, things happen during the hearing. The hearing process is also another one with its own challenges. Remember, this accused person has a counsel. As one of the challenges you said, or one speaker said, they also invest. They are futuristic in the way they think. So they have also set resources for legal, for defense. True or false? Some of them even know or knew they would be arrested. True or false? So they have already tried to cover up their tracks. True or false? Both digital footprints and others. So this hearing part is another drama. There will be serious cross-examination. Serious cross-examination. The prosecutor may be good at, of course, leading the examining chief. Then the part of cross-examination comes. And this is where you must take your investigators through some kind of also, do I call it training? A trial process. We've had cases where, have you seen an investigation officer being taken through cross-examination to a point mpaka amechoka, kama zile jogoo zimepigana, mpaka imegive up, sasa inawacha tu kichwa hivi. Because of intense cross-examination. To a point where you are being asked, and this is true, it has happened. So unakubaliana na mimi, hii kesi umelete kotini, hata hukufikiria. You agree with me that this is a useless case that you brought to court. Because of fatigue, your guess is as good as mine. The answers, yes. So you agree with me that, you get that this investigator gets confused to a point where even the court, and it's going on record. It's going on record. So even if the trial magistrate understood and maybe appreciated, eventually it goes to the higher court. The higher court deals with the record. So maybe I'll wind up with that experience sharing and say, at the end of the day, all of us must work and ensure that we do our part. Thank you.
Thank you. We can appreciate the moderator once again. Our two detectives just earned a souvenir from the commission, and therefore I will invite them to come forward for our presentation of a souvenir, that is Akaki and Wekesa. And this is going to be presented by Justice Benjamin Musyoki. Welcome, Judge. They are all within the threshold. Judge want to be sworn. Thank you, Judge, for those presentations. We have come to the end of the program for today. We have done very well. I want us to appreciate ourselves. Thank you so much, and well done. I want to make an announcement before I invite Madam Faith Ng'ethe to give us a closing prayer. Tomorrow, we propose to start at 9 a.m., but 9 on the dot. 9 on the dot. Tomorrow again, and the remaining days of this workshop, we request that you can be in smart casual. Today you have been very smart. It can be maintained, but I know during these kind of workshops, you can also relax a bit. The body, but not the mind. The body and not the mind. So tomorrow you are free to be in smart casual. We start tomorrow at 9 a.m. Madam Faith Ng'ethe, come and pray for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Director. I request that we be upstanding. Thank you. Let us pray. Almighty and ever-living God, we are so grateful this evening for the way you've been with us throughout the day. As we asked you in the morning, Lord, we've seen your hand. You've guided our discussions. You've helped us open up, introspect, and also share experiences without fear or favor. Lord, we thank you even for those who have led us today, the presenters, the chief guest, and all who've participated. Jehovah Father, we pray that you give us a restful evening so that we are refreshed tomorrow to start another day. We pray all this, trusting and believing in Jesus' name. Amen.
Enjoy your evening.